And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Takpa Lonigunno. Whoever knew that? So if you did not know previously, then you do know now. Takpa Lonigunno. So there it is. Good to see you, George Blueshell. Always a regular here. Always a delight when George is here. So good to see you, George Blueshell. So if you did not know now, Tapa Lonigunno. So what was that? That was Wura Fadaka. I'm not sure if that's the title of the song or the title of the artist. I just know it as Wura Fadaka. Whoever sang it, is that the title of the song? Even let me see. It doesn't tell me, but yes, Wura Fada. Is it? Is that the title? If anybody knows, then please let. I play it every single time, and I don't even know anything about it. Yes, it says Somori. Yes, Somori Adubo. So the band will be Wura Fadaka, and the title of the song is Somori Adubo. That is to say, people congregated the population of the neighborhood. That I think that's the best translation as Somori Adubo. Somori is actually a northern word co-opted into the Yoruba language. A lot of co-opting of northern words into the Yoruba language. So there it is. Takpa lonigunno. So know that and know peace. Know that and know peace. Takpa lonigunno. So takpa lonigunno and know that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? We go again. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading, crescendoing into yet another session with that funky cool Medina from Oyo Alafin. That is me. One man went to more. Funky cool Medina, all that. So yes, click on the like button. As I always say, please do that if you haven't already. Click on the like button. Not subscribed already, please correct that as well. Like and subscribe. Come join me on the screen. Hyperlink says StreamYard. It should be in the comment section. I'll post it again so it's immediate to hand. And share the link, super chat, all those things I always say. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen and super chat towards the stream. So all those things I always say, the protocol remains the same. It never deviates. The only thing really that you should not be doing is clicking on the on the subscription button if you've already done that. So that's a once in a lifetime activity. So do it once and don't touch the button again. But every other thing, you have to do it on a regular basis, on a daily basis, even. So like, share, subscribe, and all that. So like, share, subscribe, and all that. We're just going to launch straight into it because we're going to kick it off by reacting to an appearance by Prince Adewole Adebayo, who appeared on Arise TV and it presented in a way that is totally unrecognizable. Certainly not what we know the prince for. We know the prince to be erudite, to be avant-garde, to be sophisticated, to be obeying, all of that. So that's what we know the prince for. But he's jettisoned that garb and he has put on the garb of our MC Oluomo as he settles into the couch on Arise TV studio and gives it to them both barrels. So this is our prince. We were only just asking about 2-3 sessions ago if he had the testicular fortitude to take on politics at its sharpest edge. So does the prince have the balls to take on politics at the sharpest edge? We asked that question and the prince responds with this. So we pick it up from here.
Malam Nasi El-Rufai and then
and by the way, he was actually, of course, the prince is a hot ticket item at this present moment in time. The prince is a hot ticket item because, of course, El-Rufai and subsequently that guy on your screen, Major Al Mustafa, whatever his name is, they've crossed to the SDP where the prince has preeminence. So he's a hot ticket at the moment and he's been invited here and there and everywhere. So he was invited into that studio then to speak to the carpet crossing of El-Rufai and others into his party and to ask him questions then on how that impacted on him. So that was the invitation that was sent to the prince, but the prince came with a different agenda. So we pick it up from here.
Adewole Adebayo has expressed his excitement over the defection of politicians to the SDP. Adebayo urged like-minded Democrats and nationalists to join the SDP's movement for national restoration. Joining us now on the morning show is Adewole Adebayo, presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party in the 2023 general election. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the morning show. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, it's common knowledge.
And by the way, what the prince proceeds on to do from here is long overdue. It is long overdue that somebody took these people on frontally. You never expected it was going to be the prince. You expected it to come from like an Agbero, like Fayoshe or people of that ilk, not the gentlemanly demure of Prince Adebayo. So and that is what makes it even more delicious. You know, it's because he has the language, he has the coolness, and he has the smarts to strip them bare and flog them bare bottom. So here is Prince Adewole Adebayo now applying some long overdue correctional applications of the Koboko on the naked behind of the Arise TV crew.
That you welcome everybody to SDP. We are particularly excited by the new additions to your party, Malam Nasir El-Rufai and then Major Mustafa. Now, with regard to Nasir El-Rufai, you said he's an asset to the party, but he has weaknesses. Would you like to elaborate on what you consider these weaknesses of Malam Nasir El-Rufai? We would like to know. We would like to hear from you. It's not enough to just allege that he has weaknesses. What are those specific weaknesses? And then again, this new person is coming to join your party. What kind of compensation are they asking for? By that I mean, you know, what is the grand plan? The speculation there that they want to form a grand coalition to get APC and Tinubu out of power. If you could also shed some light on that.
Thank you, Dr. Abati. But will you permit me, before I go into your question, to address one issue with Ayo here? Because a few days ago, she made an untrue, what I consider defamatory statement about me.
Defamatory. That's a very strong word.
Defamatory. And I was surprised that Rufai was here.
And by the way, there's no point Ruben Abati telling him that those are very strong words. The prince, more than anybody on this planet, he knows what defamation means. And I'm saying he knows what defamation means because he's a lawyer of international repute. He is an international lawyer and a long-standing, well-respected one that has practiced for endless decades some of the biggest, most complex legal matters, business and otherwise he has handled. So when they say defamation, he knows. And the prince, by the way, he has a vast repertoire of vocabulary and he chooses his words very carefully. He's not one that talks of peace. So when he says it's defamation, it's quite clear, both in his thought and in his pronouncement and in his agenda, that these are defamatory words.
Your question, to address one issue with Ayo here, because a few days ago, she made an untrue, what I consider defamatory statement about me.
Defamatory. That's a very strong word.
Defamatory. And I was surprised that Rufai was here. Rufai is next to AI.
Yes, I thought
Rufai is Mr. Fact Checker.
Yes,
and I thought she would have
support for the president at some point. Well, you're asking towards the last election that your supporters should vote president.
You are lying.
Okay, please go ahead and debunk.
Because you are lying. Number one, you are a journalist.
That's a very frontal assault right there. It's not that is not true, and because, like I said, the prince has a vast repertoire of language and he chooses his words very carefully, and is very, very civilized in the way he engages with people. So he could have said, oh, that is not true. That is not a fair reflection, but he went front, he's going for the jugular. You are lying. You know, and you know, integrity is the backbone of anything journalism. So if the integrity is not there, then they stand for nothing. It might as well be Papa Jasco. A lot of people will tell you that Arise TV is to all intents and purposes Papa Ajasco. Anyway, you are lying, and that is a statement of intent right there. So he signaled from the get-go that this is how I'm coming at you.
You're asking towards the last election that your supporters should vote President.
You are lying.
Okay, please go ahead and debunk.
Because you are lying. Number one, you are a journalist. Keep your personal opinion to yourself.
No, it wasn't personal opinion. I'll draw it up.
No. A journalist
I cannot give my personal opinion.
No, you do that, but that's your choice. A journalist uses material, either in writing or visual, before you report something. There is no single fact. You know it is true that I ran the election to the end. You know it's true that I never asked anybody to step down for anybody. But you deliberately lied. Even I gave you an opportunity to be professional, to say, I got it wrong, I'm sorry. You are not doing that. So after giving you the respect, comparing to your management, coming here to give you an opportunity to be a journalist and not a liar, you are supposed to say, okay, I got it wrong.
You know, when the prince said, oh, I've come here to address something with Ayo, and she immediately went into it. So I wondered how she knew what he wanted to address. But apparently, allegedly, not even allegedly, as by his own now pronouncement, he has actually reported her to their management. And I hope the prince follows through and sues these people, because the prince never loses. Well, in an election he does lose, but in a lawsuit he certainly doesn't. But there it is right there. It's going to be Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, with the prince being Jake Paul.
I apologize. I withdraw it. If you don't do it, the fact that I'm running for president doesn't mean I don't have a personal right. I have a right to sue you, your employers, if you defame me. It doesn't mean that I don't respect the work you are doing here. You have the right to criticize me. You can criticize me. I'm in the public, but don't lie against me. That's a fact.
Okay, what is the right of reply you are exercising? Just state the facts, as you like them presented.
No, the fact is known to everybody, which is that in 2023, I ran for president against Tinubu and several others. The election was concluded. Then my party stood by me. We campaigned to the end. We asked our supporters to vote for us. When they mismanaged the election, I came to this studio here and I told you that they cheated in the election and they mismanaged the election, and I did all of that. You know that to be fact. You have your own candidate. You don't bring that talking point
Mr. Adebayo,
to the studio.
No, fine.
Yes, you already.
She also has a right.
And by the way, so there it is right there. It is universally known that Arise TV is an obedient mouthpiece. And that is essentially, we've said it endlessly here, and they accuse us of all manners of ethno whatnot. But anybody and everybody knows that Arise is nothing to do with independent journalism. Is like I always say, they don't let the truth, they don't let facts get in the way of a narrative. It especially rankled me when they were interviewing Itagiwa, and they were, especially this girl in the yellow outfit. She was continuously putting words that that woman did not utter. She was continuously representing her words to mean something totally different from what she was either saying or intending to convey. So they do have form. It is not any form of journalism that they practice. It is sensationalism, titillation, all of those, the dark arts. So that's where they belong. But the prince now, he draws that line. Enough is what he says.
Dr. Abati, please, with due respect, sir. She also has a right to be able to read out where she got her facts from. Ayo, please go ahead.
Did you at any point drum support for the Tinubu administration? And then when you came here the last time, or post your election, we did quiz you about that, because you were very vocal about your anti Ms. Peter Obi from the Labour Party, and then you talked about the support for him, and we did quiz you on that the last time.
I know where your malice is coming from, you and your Peter Obi. I have no problem with Obi and his.
So there it is right there. I know where your malice is coming from, you and your Peter Obi. Everybody knows that this particular, and that is where he gets his popularity from, by the way, Arise TV. It is only raison d'etre, it's only stock in trade, it's the obedient vuvuzela space. So there's an abundance enough of that to keep them going. But it is an obedient mouthpiece, that station. I'm not even saying it. A senior respected member of society is saying it.
Quiz you on that the last time.
I know where your malice is coming from, you and your Peter Obi. I have no problem with Obi and his fortune or misfortune. Let me express something to you. You can't bring Peter Obi here. Be a journalist, be professional.
I have no candidate.
In fact, the person who is more disappointed in you is my wife, because she admires you, because she's a professional woman. And what you are doing here is not...
We will not have this program.
No,
because we're debating
with due respect.
The premise.
Yes, she's a journalist. Let her read the material, where she got her information, or apologize, and we make progress.
You have just a few minutes.
It doesn't matter.
At the end of the day.
Let Dr. Abati ask this question.
Okay,
when it comes to me, I'll tell you.
Yeah, and I can come back here, to deal with that. So,
Anyway,
with respect to...
one of the occupational hazards that we have in this profession is that everybody is an expert in journalism. We get taught how to do the job.
Well, everybody is an expert in journalism other than the people presenting themselves as journalists. Nobody, not a single human, apart from Rotus. Let me remove Rotus from that place. Apart from Rotus, nobody on Arise TV should ever present themselves as a journalist. You know that's under the Trade Prescription Act in the UK. They will have you done for that, trying to sell yourself, trying to sell what is not. Nobody is a journalist in that studio. This guy is a Martini man. This Ruben Abati right there is a Martini man. Is the guy that will host an event and will come with little savvy little anecdotes to keep the great and the good satiated as they sip champagne. So that's his role in life. He's not a journalist. Rufai Oseni or whatever, he is a farmer. I think he studied farming or something. Nobody is a trained journalist on that studio. I'm not quite sure what the CV of Ayo is, but certainly Abati, absolutely categorically, Rufai Oseni, they are not journalists. And Tai Sholari will be turning in his grave that the elements like this are now parading themselves as a proponent of an industry he created. These are not journalists. These are a bunch of these are a bunch of a word that starts with B and ends with foon, a bunch of buffoons.
It doesn't matter.
At the end of the day.
Let Dr. Abati ask this question. When it comes to me, I'll tell you.
Yeah, and I can come back here.
You can hear her voice quivering, by the way. She knows she's been caught with her, I don't want to say she's been caught with her pants down because she's a female, but she's been caught on the hop. And you can see, you can hear her voice quivering, and you can see her face sullen. So you can see, of course, she knows she's been caught. And she knows that when somebody of the prince's sagacity and seniority and self-worth, when somebody because it's not something that somebody like the prince will throw around casually, when somebody of this ilk is threatening you with a lawsuit, then consider yourself threatened.
To deal with that. So,
Anyway,
with respect to
one of the occupational hazards that we have in this profession is that everybody is an expert in journalism. We get taught how to do the job every day.
Today is Friday. You don't have to be a journalist to know today is Friday. If somebody is lying, is lying. But let me address the issue of verify and whatever. I was interviewed by the media when I welcomed Malam Mansur Verify into the SDP. And someone said, why was I praising Verify and all of that? And I said, look, I'm not praising him. I recognize Verify as someone who's a technocrat and an achiever when you give him a secretary job to do. He has his own weaknesses. He was mentioning to me or some problems, people don't like him in some place. I said, everybody has their own weaknesses. He has his own weaknesses. and it's his job to deal with that. It's not my job. I'm not his therapist. I'm not his mentor. But you cannot deny the fact that he was a very effective FCT minister. He developed Kaduna with infrastructure, and he was very good and transparent when he was at the BP.
His weaknesses,
all of that
weaknesses that you talked about.
No, I didn't mention. Let me explain to you.
So I've now had this golden moment. This is where the prince now starts to fall apart, trying to defend the indefensible. But he has no choice, by the way, of course. So it's either, when El-Rufai decided to join that party, so it places the prince then at a crossroad. Does he hold on steadfastly to a principled stance and say, if elements like this are coming into this space, then this is not the space for me? So not Peter Obi is coming still, as El-Rufai opens that door as an entrance into the SDP, Prince Adebayo should hold that door that is left open and exits that party. So he enters and he exits. So that's the option. That's to make the steadfastness of his integrity. That is what protects it. But if it stays now, then it has to defend El-Rufai, and that is a tough sell. It would diminish the prince very much if he defends El-Rufai.
I said to that person, like that El-Rufai, like any other person, has his own weaknesses. And he is the one who work on those. It's not me. I have my own weaknesses. Maybe you are perfect, but I suspect that you have your own weaknesses too. But it's not for me to be the therapist for El-Rufai on that one. The reason why I welcome to my party is that I see him as a patriotic Nigerian, hardworking, very effective in an area where we don't have effective people in government. That's all. Other things.
So what's the compensation package? This talk about grand coalition to remove Tinubu from power.
Tinubu is going to be removed from power, that one is sure, and there will be an SDP president. As a coalition and all of that is not inside our party. Maybe people are having discussion outside, and after having their discussion, they feel that they can come to the SDP and try to work within the SDP. But in SDP, we are following our program as before. We knew when all.
You see, El-Rufai joining the SDP tells us so many things. It tells us then that either that coalition talk is just a paper talk, it's talks in the headlines of the paper and not in actual fact. So it tells us that, or it tells us then that SDP is not part of any coalition talk, or El-Rufai is not part of any coalition talk. Because if there are coalition talks going on, then that coalition talk has to formulate and land behind two things, a principle and a vice. And then that is what solidifies that coalition. And then they then look for the vehicle to use to drive the agenda of that coalition. So that's how that works. So for a coalition to work, it's not forming parties. When they merge into this behemoth party, then what happens next? They start to fight amongst each other who gets what. No, that's not how it works. They have to establish first who gets what, and it's really the two positions. So who is the presidential candidate? Who is the running mate? Having now agreed that, then they can then try and sell that to other parties and say, look, your chances are slim in the elections anyway, so why don't you come into this grand umbrella and then we pursue them to chase Tinubu out and we divide up the country amongst themselves. So that's how a coalition works. So if that coalition is ongoing and El-Rufai crosses over to the SDP, that is to tell you that that coalition has no legs, or really El-Rufai is not party to it. And very difficult to imagine that there are coalition talks ongoing that El-Rufai might not be party to. So he asks more questions about the coalition than answers El-Rufai crossing to the SDP.
They were ganging up and going up and down to Chatham House that they will not last. We knew that when they started sharing the spoil of office, they will scatter. We knew that the programs that all of them had will not work for the people and they will lose popularity. So we started preparing our party. We have no crisis. We started managing our party. When they were offering position, we didn't go and join them. We remain where we are, keep talking to the people. Many more will join us. As the year goes by, it is like that. If you are consistent and you build your house, and you're not diverted, distracted, and you focus on what you are doing, those who say they are experts will come back to you when their own has failed to now.
It's likely to be the case, but it will be a shame if Prince Adewole Adebayo is not actually tested, because it talks a very good game, and everything works in theory. On paper, everything works. But I would love to see him actually tested in some form of administrative position, and then we see if his actions matches his rhetoric. Because it talks a very good game. Who would not delight in? And it talks facts. It doesn't do in China like Peter Obi. It talks sophisticated facts, well laid out. And it draws you a process that seems almost fail-proof. So, but like I said, any and everything can work on paper. But to see this guy tested, we then see if he has the actions to match his rhetoric. But unlikely that we ever see that, of course, because he doesn't want to be a state governor. He wants to be president. So the most we'll get to test it is if he gets a ministerial position.
Come to work with you. And what we are trying to do here is to make sure that whatever is chasing people from wherever they are coming from does not come into our party. Your grievance, your problem, your historical calamitatus that brought you to the party ends at the door when you join SDP. You now follow SDP as an ordinary member, go from your ward. If you have other ambition, other plans, they are welcome. We are free. We are very, very organized party. We have institutions that work. We have learned from the lesson of APC and PDP that if institutions don't work, if you follow personality up and down,
okay, quickly,
you will fail.
Are you aware that all these persons you are inviting to come and join your parties?
That's one of the, I don't want to describe it as a shortcoming, but that's one of the things about Prince. It doesn't use 2 words when it can find 10. It just likes to, it's too expansive sometimes. Sometimes just a snapshot answer would suffice. If you really believe in what you're saying, then you should be able to condense it into a bite size so that you retain the attention of the person you're speaking to or the audience more to it.
Some of them are so strong on the ground that you will be the first person they will push aside.
Let us see it, because let us understand something. I don't worry about that. Everybody who is coming in knows that I'm going to run in 2027. Even every person in my party knows I'm going to run. If you come
to some of these heavyweights coming,
they will
push you aside.
They are heavyweights to the media. It's the media people who go and serve as their press secretary and all of that.
And by the way, have no equivocation, no. The politics that Prince Adewole Adebayo is playing is not really about wrestling power from Tinubu in 2027. He knows that of course that's highly unlikely to happen. The politics that Prince Adewole Adebayo is playing is a generational politics. Now we have Tinubu as the last, Tinubu and Atiku, and even to some extent Peter Obi, they are the last vestiges of an old guard. Do you understand? They are the last vestiges of an old guard. So after 2027, that puts the final nail in the coffin of the political trajectory of Tinubu 1. If he wins, that ends it right there. So having then served his constitutional allotment, there's nothing else for him. So he retires into the elder statesman, and maybe will join the Obasanjo sort of camp, or in the more civilized space, maybe he'll be thrown abuse. So that ends his political trajectory. 2027 also ends Atiku Abubakar's political trajectory, because come 2031, he'll be near on 90, and even he at some point has to give way. And in fact, he might not even contest in 2027, but certainly 2027 is his last hurrah. 2027 is also the last hurrah for Peter Obi for different reasons. Because of course, in 2031, power transits back to the north, and so what's that? 8 years in the north plus 4 years in Tinubu, that's 12 years. So 12 years time, that's when it comes back to the south again, and Peter will be already out of place. So 2027 is essentially the pulling out parade of the old guard politicians. So what people like Prince Adewole Adebayo are politicking to is the rebirth, is the generational passing of the baton that will happen in 2027. So 2027 marks the final death nail in the coffins of the old guard, and then that brings Prince Adewole Adebayo into play. But then he's already a known quantity now, because we already know his politics, we know his language, we know his antecedents, and he has already gone through about 2 cycles then of electioneering. So he's well practiced and well rehearsed. So that then brings him very much as a frontline player in the next phase, in the generational in the generational paradigm shift that will happen in 2027. So it's post 2027 that he's politicking to, and not really thinking that he's going to be president in 2027. I hope all of that makes sense.
So you
really have a grasp.
No. Because they are your bosses, so you look up to them. But for us,
who's boss?
Yeah, because
who the hell is that?
No, because they're not choosing press conferences.
I
think big men.
With due respect.
No, it's not going to be big men.
You can't come here and insult.
No, I'm not insulting you. Everybody has bosses.
No, we don't have bosses
politicians.
in those politicians.
Politicians have journalists that work for
No,
them. But I don't mean specifically like you are particular for anybody. But to call anybody big man when he's joining my party. I'm in my party, you come to join me.
You said GP a personal property.
No, there is what called seniority. Here now, I'm your guest. When you join my party, you are coming to learn from us the SDP way. You may have no politics elsewhere, but you are coming as an ordinary member, and we are open, we are fair. We're not like UPN.
You know, this new version of the Prince, I'm enjoying very much. Shirt sleeve rolled up, knuckles tightened and ready to go. So it's rough fight politics. It's not a gentleman's pursuit. It's rough fight. So this is now the birthing of Prince Adewole Adebayo as a politician, by my reckoning, from my own perspective.
Well, Adewole will be permanent president candidate, or that cannot join. No, you can join. But, yes.
Okay. So one thing I would address what you'd come here to accuse me earlier on, and then my second question, which ties in with where you ended here.
Yes.
So the first thing is that, do you recall that you had a Twitter space with?
I want you to look at this girl's both her face, her demeanor, and listen to the tone, because usually she's very confident, very punchy, very sassy, very savvy. That's how she presents. But I want you to look at both her face and demeanor. The face gives away the demeanor. Also, look through her face to establish her demeanor, and then listen to the tone of her voice, which usually is confident and punchy, but in this instance, quivering and unsure.
With where you ended here.
Yes.
So the first thing is that, do you recall that you had a Twitter space with Segalink, Segun Awusonya, when you talked about your people supporting the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Your supporters.
What date?
It was in 2023.
2023, what date? Before the election, after the election, when?
It was in the process of the electioneering. You went on his platform and you asked people to support. Do you remember that you were on a Twitter space with Segun Awusonya?
I was saying to many people.
Segalink. And you did say on that Twitter space that people should support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Not me. Play the Twitter space, because Twitter doesn't delete.
Right,
so
okay.
Play it. I can come back. Look, This is the job I'm doing now.
Right.
I'm running for president.
Okay, you don't recollect it.
Not that I don't recollect it. It did not happen.
It did.
And as
but you just don't remember.
You knew I was coming. You announced my initial, made it available.
No, I didn't know you were going to.
I can come back. In fact, I can wait here. I will come back. I can wait till tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
I will come back on
no
Monday.
Problem. So this is my question.
Yes.
I would.
But if it is not true, if you find out it's not true,
yes, I'll apologize to you. But Segalink, you had a Twitter space with Segalink, and you encouraged your supporters to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But let me go to the question around.
That's not true, though. But go ahead.
Yeah, let me go to the question around your support or welcoming enthusiastically Malam Nasir El-Rufai to your party. You ran for election as the presidential candidate in 2023. One would imagine that perhaps what Malam Nasir El-Rufai will be coming to your party for. Do you feel threatened by that? especially also Dr. Hamza Al-Mustafa, had also expressed interest in running for presidency, and they're all coming to your party. You know what they're coming in for. Do you feel threatened, or is that the game plan? Is that part of the coalition you're willing to make?
Well, whether he feels threatened or not is really immaterial. The prince is going to be swept aside. These people are sharks, they are hawks. These people are killers, both metaphorically and literally. These people are killers, and they come with a heavy war chest. These people are coming with billions of dollars in order to take that position to attack Tinubu. So they are not going to some polite prince, Jebota boy, they will just sweep him aside. So whether he feels threatened or not is fait accompli. He might as well just straddle on, hold on tight, and just go for the ride. You know, go, let it wild up, and you just coast along with it. But the prince is done as a presidential candidate
in order to defeat APC in 2027.
Any coward who will feel threatened by someone coming to his party cannot be president. If I was president, if they didn't come to my party and I become the candidate of my party, I will still have to beat them in their own party to be president. If I'm president, are you saying Rufai will not serve my government? And I will say Rufai is, no?
So you think you can stand against him in an election?
Why will I not? That's not an issue. What is important, what SDP is trying to create is that we have a fair process. The people who are run against last time are not lesser than Rufai. So the national secretary of our party was 2 times a minister. Rufai is 1 time a minister. What I say?
You will see how very quickly the language of the SDP will change. It will become more hardened. It will become more sharp-edged. It will disregard all this fastidiousness to truth and establishment of fact. It will become, an El-Rufai, Mustafa Hamza type of a party, which will be no different from the APC. So, and I'm not quite sure where the prince will fit in with all of that.
It's a great talent. I respect him. And Rufai is more honorable in our interaction. He's told us what he wants to do. It's not our job to tell anyone. But what is clear is that we want them. In fact, the people who want to run, many of them are running around, come inside the party. The party's process will be fair. What we don't do in our party is that we don't bribe delegates. Okay. We don't preach the rule. If you win, we support you. If you lose, you support another person. That's our style. We have learned from the mistake of PDP and APC, and we're not going to allow our party to become a basket case. But everybody who say he lost Nigeria is welcome. We cannot be reading their motive. We cannot be suspecting them. We should believe that they are coming to contribute, just like when I joined the party, I started contributing.
Okay. Mr. Adewole, time will tell. If you are bigger or better than the people coming to your party, it's not by coming to talk on Arise TV. It's by action that show work. We will see.
Maybe I'm not saying I'm bigger and better.
We will
I'm
see.
just good enough.
Maybe you will retain the presidential ticket. Me and you will be here of SDP.
That was endorsement.
I'm waiting to see. But the way you are braggadocious is more.
You know, this is what annoys me about this guy. It's not about Prince Adewole Adebayo retaining the presidential ticket. Whoever the party decides is who gets the presidential ticket. What he is just to, it's quite clear in what he said, though. He's just stood them accused now and they're still doing the same thing. It's quite clear in what he said. He said he was going to fight for that presidential ticket. So he'll fight for it. Whether he wins it or not, that is in the lapse of where that decision lays. But exactly what he said was that he's going to fight for it. But this little man here with the funny odd-shaped head is now saying, if you don't win the ticket, I'll mock you. Just because he wants to, because the guy has come there to call them out, you know. Anyway, we all know it's just a Papa Jasco channel, as Sleep TV, as Adewole often calls them.
You must retain it, too. Because if you don't retain it...
Come on, join my party and assist me to retain it.
If you don't retain it...
but I'm doing my best.
People will laugh at you because you were saying you have been somebody is a one-time minister and everything. You must retain that presidential ticket too.
Those who were laughing at me a year ago are joining the party now. So I'm used to people laughing at me. That's not the issue.
No, we are not saying that. But you are saying you are capable, you are big enough. I have just given you a charge that you must retain that presidential.
So what exactly should the prince have said to the contrary? Should it have said that, oh, El-Rufai has come into my party, my hands are up in surrender, and I'm bowing in front of him, pulling his zippers down, to pleasure him. I mean, what would he say? Of course, he will say exactly what he and he probably does believe what he's saying, but he has nothing else to say other than what he is saying, which is that he will fight for the ticket. I mean, what else? This anyway, this Rufai is saying, man, it belongs in the slums somewhere.
I'm encouraged by
because if you don't retain it, people like me will come here and I will open my mouth.
As long as you are fair, you don't misrepresent me, you give me fair access, I'm okay with you.
But I'm free to laugh.
Of course.
Mr. Adebayo, real quickly.
Question.
Yes.
I just want to also talk about, and I think and you need to speak up for somebody like before we came on air, that is currently going through a battle that is a formidable part of your party, and that's we're talking about the former minister. Can you just say one or two things?
Sure, the ministers.
No, I mean the former minister that is going through is a debacle with the government as regards that, and is the secretary of.
Dr. Adewole Adebayo. Dr. Adewole, like every Nigerian subject to the law, is being tried in court for something that happened more than almost 2 decades ago when he was minister. We have looked at the matter in our party. We believe that he's innocent and it should go through this trial. It has nothing to do with what is happening to him in the party. We see him as an honest man, a good citizen. He was our national chairman before. He made a sacrifice to step down to become national secretary because I was going to emerge as a candidate and from my part of the country. He stepped down, humbled himself. So nothing is untouchable. Nothing is going to touch him. He can only leave if he's tired. He's not going anywhere. And I'm talking now because we are in charge.
And by the way, El Rufai is already making moves to usurp, to get rid of Prince Agunloye as the secretary of that party. In fact, to the point that the prince has actually gone to court, not Prince Adewole, Prince Odo Agunloye. So he's already in court fighting to defend his position. So already the dirty politics has started.
We're in control, we're in command.
Okay, Mr. Adebayo, just before you go, some people have been sending me text messages saying that it's like you came onto this program today to come and harass Ayomaroese. So,
that's the word of the moment, isn't it? Harass. Calling her out on telling lies on television is harassment. This is it now. We're in the Natasha Akpoti era.
When people use the word harass, it has serious implications in this country. But I'm sure Ayo, as additional ammunition, people have also been sending messages that she is right and you are wrong.
Let's see messages. Don't be
Ayo.
Don't let us use native.
Release the ammunition.
Don't use native doctor method. Let us be facts.
I can send you the links to this.
Don't send it.
And that's why I asked you. That's fine. I can post it on my X
come back.
where you said, and at various times, have you at any time expressed support for the president after you ran for election?
No.
If anybody has especially people who have my phone number, if you have access to our X page, please see if she has posted. In fact, post the link to our X page to me. We want to see if she has posted our evidence.
You see, after I ran for election, I urge Nigerians, like I must do, that any government that is in power.
No, it wasn't any government that was in power.
Can you let me
specifically said the administration and the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Read it to me.
It wasn't.
Three things. Let me tell you so that we don't waste time. One, when I was running against Tinubu, I ran against him effectively and I opposed him on every issue. When they said he won in the election, because we have signed a peace accord, I honored that peace accord and said, congratulations. Anybody wants to go to court, you can go to court. I look at the case, I don't see how I'm going to succeed in court, I left it, I'm a lawyer.
Did you ask your supporters to support him?
Never.
You did?
No, please, stop saying you did, you think we are children. Bring it out, read it, where I said it.
Okay, let me read it.
So that
I'll read the Daily Trust report now.
The Daily Trust report is not proof of anything. Especially, we read articles here all the time, and often when you read an article and then you play a video clip of what that article was reporting on, it bears no similarity often instances, especially when you're reading from places like Sahara Reporters or People's Gazette or all of those, whatever, some ramshackle news platform. So reading from Daily Trust is no proof of anything. You have this girl. I hope this guy does go to law, but he won't want to go to law because he still needs their platform to pursue his own ambitions.
Trust
Truth
report.
or not.
Read it.
I read it.
I'll put it on there.
Please, just listen. Let him read.
Organized by rights advocate Shegun
What date?
said governance should start immediately after the winner of an election is announced. He expressed reservations, just like other Nigerians, about the conduct of the 2023 poll, but noted that it should not stop governance from going on. He said, and let me just...
And there it is right there. So she defeats herself right there. So where the argument is that Prince Adebayo told his supporters to support Tinubu. That was what she alleged. So if he told his supporters to support Tinubu, then that would be post the elections, because that would be pre the elections. Because post the elections, it doesn't really matter anymore. As a patriotic citizen, then of course the person declared after going through all of the processes, of course then they have to support him because he's a patriot, unlike the obedient space who are just ethnic jingoists. So he's just listen to the data, listen to what she's saying, listen to what she's reading out, because what she's reading out there tells us that the commentaries that she's basing her arguments on are post the elections, but her assertion, which she stands accused of, is pre the election. So it's quite clear.
I honor that piece of court and said, congratulations. Anybody wants to go to court, you can go to court. I look at the case, I don't see how I'm going to succeed in court. I left it. I'm a lawyer.
Did you ask your supporters to support him?
Never.
You did.
No, please stop saying you did. You did. We are children. Bring it out. Read it where I said it.
Okay, let me read it.
So that with the
I'll read the Daily Trust report now.
Daily Trust report.
Read it. I read it.
I'll put it on there.
Please, just listen. Let him read.
By rights advocate Shegun.
So the prince is going to ask her for the date of that, because if she's reading an article, the date is always on top. So the date should be, it's not something she should struggle to, but she pretends like she didn't hear him ask her to tell him the date that that article came out. But the content of that article, the content that she's reading out with her own words, actually damn her. So listen very carefully to this little exchange here.
I'll put it on there.
Please, just listen. Let him read.
By rights advocate Shegun.
What date?
Said governance should start immediately after the winner of an election is announced. He expressed reservations, just like other Nigerians, about the conduct of the 2023 poll, but noted that it should not stop governance from going on. He said, and let me just skip very quickly to the part where he said that.
What date, please?
It should not stop governance from going on. So that tells you that that is post the elections, not pre the elections. I'll just scroll it back about 10 seconds again so you hear it. It's post the elections, which is not pre the elections here.
2023 poll, but noted that it should not stop governance from going on. He said, and let me just skip very quickly to the part where he said that.
What date, please, so I can know?
It was
of which
in May
date?
2023.
May?
Yes.
May what?
2023. So he says, you've considered defeat
And the elections were...
for the president-elect Asiwaju Bola.
The elections were in February. So February, March, April, May. So 3 months after the elections, she's now saying that he is asking his supporters to support Tinubu. So that's no longer asking his supporters to support Tinubu, because the elections had come and gone, which is a complete 360 from what she was positing that she stands accused of.
That the government does not fail. So you were it was quite...
That's different from what you said.
No, but that was in terms
You
of...
said I asked before the election... I said I will do. You were here yesterday. You were saying on that day. You were doing who at that day. You didn't correct. You said
you called your supporters.
No, you were.
You the fact check.
No, it's not a fact check now. Don't be. No. A fact checker do that. You will be doing your fact checking on television. Exactly. So on that day, you said before the election.
You know that's like.
I asked my supporters to.
You know that's like.
After the election. I said, when some people were threatening this and that, I said, let the person who they say has won the election go and run his government. And I immediately also said that you will see his weaknesses and failures.
To be fair to him, the prince has appeared on this platform 3 times, and he said that endlessly, that look, we're not in the business of negative politicking. Where the government is right, we support them. Where they're wrong, we disagree and highlight it. We're patriots, not jingoists. And that has always been his stance. And what that girl read out there is consistent with how the prince has always positioned.
And we will defeat him. That's what I said. So I cannot say, because I lost an election, I'm a patriot. I cannot say I lost an election, go and fight the government, don't cooperate with the government. I cannot say so. But I fought the last.
But she said you specifically mentioned Tinubu.
Tinubu is the president. Let us not look like we're joking with this job.
Don't worry, it's
Tinubu was sworn in as president. If I say support Tinubu as president, cooperate with the government, it's my right. However, it's wrong for you to say, I asked my supporters to go and vote for him. Okay, so how will I ask them to vote for him?
Who were you addressing? Was it your support base or your job?
I was addressing Nigerians that Nigerians cooperate with the government. Even today, as Tinubu is failing and is lost control of his government, I will still say, as citizen, in my state, every year I get the highest taxpayer. I think this year. I don't like the government that is there. The government is confused. The government is confused. But I pay my taxes. I'm the highest taxpayer in my state every year.
Would you consider serving in this government?
How can I?
Okay.
I cannot. It's not the government.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Adewole, you successfully said me I was doing that day. You will now explain the meaning of
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Adebayo. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. But I apology, and don't be surprised if I'm not satisfied. I will go to court. But do your fact check. If you want to know that you are wrong.
To court, but you don't want to take President Tinubu to court.
No, because I have a case against you because I evidence. Tinubu's case, Tinubu cheated, Obi cheated, Atiku cheated. Everybody
provide the evidence Obi cheated. Provide the evidence.
I've provided enough.
Provided the evidence.
I've provided enough. I know that's going to trigger you. Listen,
provide the evidence.
Don't be your video saying,
okay.
You know, that is the best performance yet that I've ever seen from Prince Adewole Adebayo. He went into the Arise TV studio with a 3-pronged Koboko whip, horse whip. For the non-Nigerians, a Koboko is a horse whip. So he went into the Arise studio with a 3-pronged horse whip. He stripped them bare butt and applied summary punishment. So well done to the prince right there. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Let's rattle through a few more talking points and then we'll kick it off if anybody wants the conversation upon. So this one now, this is more of an international flavor. The Nigerians, not the Nigerians, so the Nigerians, as always was the expectation, they are on their knees to Nigeria again. Nowhere else to turn. Niger Republic begs Nigeria for fuel amidst severe shortage. For nearly 2 weeks, Niger Republic has been crippled by a severe fuel crisis, bringing vehicular movements and economic activities to a grinding halt. Long queue stretches across cities, with desperate motorists and businesses struggling to obtain a few liters of petrol. The situation was so dire that the military junta, which once prided itself on rejecting external influence, had no choice but to swallow its pride and turn to Nigeria for help. Despite months of hostile rhetoric and diplomatic friction, Niger's rulers quietly dispatched their Minister of Petroleum and Renewable Energy alongside top officials from the Niger Petrol Company to Abuja to beg for urgent fuel supplies. Nigeria, ever the regional big brother, obliged, approving the immediate delivery of 300 fuel trucks across the border to Niamey. Niger's fuel crisis did not happen overnight. It was the direct consequence of a disastrous confrontation between the ruling junta and the Chinese oil companies, which have long dominated Niger's petroleum sector. The trouble began in March 2024 when China National Petroleum Corporation granted the Nigerian government a $400 million advance using future crude oil deliveries as collateral. This deal was meant to help Niger cope with the crippling economic sanctions imposed by ECOWAS following the July 2023 coup. However, when the time came to repay the debt, the junta found itself trapped for cash. Rather than negotiating, the military ruler decided to strong-arm China. In a move that stunned industry insiders, they slapped an $80 billion tax demand on one Chinese company anyway, despite the state-owned company already owing a staggering $250 billion. When China refused to provide additional loans, the junta retaliated by expelling Chinese oil executives from the country and seizing their bank accounts, a self-inflicted crisis. This reckless decision backfired almost immediately. Niger's entire petroleum sector, which is heavily reliant on Chinese expertise and investment, began to collapse. The SORAZ refinery, the lifeline of Niger's fuel supply, grounded to a halt, and fuel shortage spread like wildfire. This crisis could not have come at a worse time. The Niger-Benin oil pipeline, a project designed to boost Niger's crude export to 100,000 barrels per day, was also at risk. With Chinese engineers gone and no viable alternative in place, the junta decided to plunge the entire country into economic uncertainty. For weeks, the military leadership refused to acknowledge the crisis publicly. State-controlled media was ordered to stay silent about the fuel shortage and the growing unrest amongst Nigerians, who were forced to buy petrol at sky-high black market prices. But as the situation worsened, the junta had no choice but to seek external help, even if it meant approaching Nigeria, the very country they had repeatedly criticized since the coup. Without any public announcement, Niger quietly sent a delegation to Abuja appealing for an emergency fuel supply. The irony was lost on no one. This was the same junta that had openly defied ECOWAS sanctions, severed ties with France and the West, and aligned itself with Russia. Yet, when faced with economic collapse, it was Nigeria that they turned to for salvation. Nigeria plays the good neighbor again. Despite months of insults, false accusations, name-calling, diplomatic snubs, and hostility, Nigeria once again stepped in to help. It was gathered that the Nigerian government approved the release of 300 fuel trucks, which immediately began crossing into Niger to ease the crisis. So that is Niger Republic there. As we knew, they are yet again on their knees to Nigeria. So that's Niger Republic yet again on their knees to Nigeria. El-Rufai, why the North is not interested in Buhari? So this is Articles 8. Let's just go to, this is El-Rufai trying to conjure up the name of Buhari to pad out his defection to the SDP. So I'm just going to skim through this. Is there anything to read here? Let's see. Let's say, well, let's just leave that at the headline anyway. So let's leave that at the headline. Let's go on from that to this. Tinubu reportedly revealed why he reinstated Obasa, blames powerful governor. So Tinubu actually arguing that is reinstated Obasa to contain Sanwo-Olu. Tinubu reportedly reveals why he reinstated Obasa, blames powerful governor. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has allegedly disclosed that he intervened in the reinstatement of Mudashiru Obasa as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly after detecting the influence of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration in Obasa's impeachment. Sources present at the meeting between Tinubu and Lagos lawmakers on Wednesday revealed to correspondents that the president was concerned about Sanwo-Olu's level of influence in the impeachment process. Sources said Tinubu reportedly found it troubling that the executive branch was heavily involved in deciding who should lead the assembly. At the meeting, President Tinubu explained that the reason why Obasa escaped impeachment was because he saw the indelible fingerprints of the Lagos executive led by Sanwo-Olu in the speaker's removal, and he found it unsettling why the executive would be interested in who should emerge as speaker. A source familiar with the discussion said the meeting, which took place at the presidential villa Abuja, was attended by Obasa, Deputy Speaker Mojisola Miranda, and other lawmakers. The crisis began in, so we know where the crisis began. During the meeting, Tinubu reportedly criticized. Okay, let's actually just take the whole thing. The crisis began on January the 13th when Obasa was impeached over allegations of corruption and financial mismanagement. Lawmakers initially celebrated his removal as a win for accountability. However, behind the scenes pressure from APC leaders backed by Tinubu led to his controversial reinstatement on March the 3rd. Miranda, who briefly took over as Speaker after Obasa's removal, was forced to step down under pressure from party leaders. She was later compensated with the Deputy Speaker position. Well, she was there previously anyway, so I'm not quite sure if that's a compensation. She was reverted back to status quo. She was reverted back to status quo. Miranda, who took over as Speaker after Obasa's removal, was forced to step down under pressure from party leaders. She was later compensated with the Deputy Speaker position, though many lawmakers remain upset over what they see as Tinubu's interference. During the meeting, Tinubu reportedly criticized Obasa for arriving late. The Speaker was lambasted for coming late as always. The president spent the first 10 minutes dressing him down. So, after hearing arguments from both sides, Tinubu urged lawmakers to accept Obasa's return as the Speaker. He also directed Obasa to withdraw his court cases challenging his impeachment. The president pleaded that we should allow the Speaker to return as the Speaker, and he directed the Speaker, Obasa, to go and withdraw his legal application. So, without equivocation, then it was Tinubu that actually reinstated this guy. So there must be a grander plan at play. So as Tinubu reinstates Obasa, another person impeached, appeal court suspends Sanusi Lamido's reinstatement as Kano Emir. So that one will run and run. So let's just leave that space. Let's leave that space. Go to this one. Malami replies, Obasanjo says he played limited role in 2023 presidential pardon. So the storyline now, the corruption narratives yet are still not captured this guy, and it was the central point of corruption within the Buhari administration. So quite why he's not yet in the clutches of the establishment, I don't know. Malami replies, Obasanjo says he plays limited role in 2022 presidential pardon. Abubakar Malami, the former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, says presidential pardons granted to some inmates in 2022 under his watch follows due process. Malami was responding to allegations by ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo that presidential pardons granted by the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari was fraught with corruption. The Buhari regime, where Malami served as the AGF, granted pardon to Joshua Dariye and Jolly Name, former governors of Plateau and Taraba states respectively, alongside 157 inmates on the grounds of age and ill health. Naime was serving a 12-year jail sentence for diverting 1.64 billion naira when he was governor of Taraba State, whilst Dariye was jailed for 10 years over a 1.1 billion naira fraud. However, in his new book, Nigeria Past and Future, that should be Obasanjo. That's Obasanjo's book, isn't it? However, in his new book, Nigeria Past and Future, unveiled last week to mark his 88th birthday, Obasanjo described Malami as the devil's workshop. The former president claimed that Malami advised Buhari to grant the pardon through a process he alleged was corrupt. He alleged that the most atrocious waste, enthronement of corruption, and discouragement of officials fighting corruption occurred during Buhari's administration. It was all part of Malami's financial shenanigans, and he played many such schemes to his advantage. His principal concurred, condoned, turned a blind eye and a deaf ear, and paid lip service to fighting corruption, whilst cohabiting comfortably with corruption in multifarious ways, Obasanjo alleged. Responding in an interview with correspondents, Malami said as AGF, his role in the process was limited to presenting the report of a designated committee to the Council of State. Generally speaking, the issue of pardon is a legal matter governed by law and existing legislation, in which a committee on the prerogative of mercy, not the Attorney General, is responsible, Malami said. The responsibility for actions and inactions associated with the committee's recommendations lies with the committee, not the Attorney General, Malami said. The former minister also expressed reservations over what he described as wild and unsubstantiated allegations of corruption relating to official acts of governance, both national and international. Malami said it is only reasonable for such allegations to be made when they are backed by substantial details and evidence to establish reasonable suspicion. So that's Malami then. If he feels aggrieved, why doesn't he go to court? That's the thing. If he feels aggrieved, why doesn't he go to court? So if he feels aggrieved, then he should go to court. Let's rattle through the clips that we have, and then we see if anybody turns up for a conversation. Oh, let's start it off with this one. Actually, this was once upon a time in the fairy tale land. I'll just describe it as that. Once upon a time in the fairy tale land.
You are following the...
No, not that one. This is once upon a time in a fairy tale land. This is, I want you to look at the two protagonists in this one. So that was El-Rufai and Tinubu Bugain until matters fell apart. Here is Peter Obi doing this. What do we even do with a character like Peter Obi is the thing. They say try hard. There's certain types of people, they call them try-hards, not to be confused with the Chinese criminal organization. This is somebody that applies a little bit too much of an effort. This is Peter Obi, yet again, in the throes of try-hard politics. ID card sai ya faɗi a wani taro ya ce duk wanda ya nemo ID card dan Bahaushe a Anambra. So that's P-Roby eating whatever he is eating. It looks like rice with a bunch of margaritas. You can be sure that as soon as he leaves that place, he'll go and pump himself with some sort of antibiotics. So now in the Bible, it says a citizen, no, not a citizen. No. In the Bible, it says a prophet is without honor in his own home or something of that nature. So broadly speaking, a prophet is without honor in his own home. A Nigerian passport is without honor in the hands of a Nigerian. Why do I say that's the cryptic clue to the next clip? Watch this.
I have only one passport.
Fantastic.
I could have two. I could have an American passport. My late wife was an American citizen, even though she grew up most of her life here in Nigeria. And I never took her passport. My mother was a British citizen, one of the first people to get a Nigerian passport. I never took her passport either. I have the one passport, my Nigerian passport, my green passport, which embarrasses me so much. But I know that the time is very soon coming when we shall be able to hold that passport very proudly in our hands and say we are proud to be citizens of this particular nation, Niger. I can feel it coming. We're on the verge of it now. So, you know, they say the darkest hour.
It's just before dawn.
Yeah.
So there it is. There is an Oyibo man telling us the darkest hour is just before dawn, but the obedience, they'll tell you that Chineke May, they are still doing Chineke May politics. So this now next clip is entirely for Ekene. Not only am I showing you it, I've actually sent a copy to him. He will deny that it happened, even though in the face of evidence, but we're used to that from the obedience.
A visit to the Uliakata end of the flooded portion of the East-West Road in River State shows that the floodwaters have significantly receded. Lorries and heavy-duty vehicles can now pass through. While this may be viewed as a sigh of relief, it also exposes a massive level of destruction left behind. Collapsed trucks, tankers, and partially submerged vehicles from Uliakata all the way to Imbiama on the boundary with Bayelsa State. With some vehicles unable to navigate the perilous journey, commuters...
State, you know, Chris Boy, but I've been showed on the road. So you can see rigid pavement, solid work, and it will last. Maybe as they do this one finish, they can put about 6 years asphalt on top. You know, will spoil. So my people, as they watch this video, make sure you share them, put them for all platforms, so that our people go see the work where the federal government they do.
President Bola Tinubu in November last year restated his commitment to the timely completion of the East-West Road, which had been neglected for decades. Satisfied by the level of work done on the road by the present federal government, people of the southern part of Nigeria and others say they are grateful to President Bola Tinubu for heeding their age-long yearnings.
This road has been in all our budgets, in federal budgets, but none have been executed. But this time, Mr. President deemed fit to say, this road is a road that the Niger Delta people, the East-West road that is good for our people, there is need for us to now complete this road. And today he has done it. We want to formally thank him.
This road has been abandoned.
The federal government has fixed April 2025 for what many would describe as historic completion of the East-West road.
All right, so listen to my words that I'm about to say now. Listen to these words, but hear them in the voice of Ekene or Rational Mind. Oh, Nalamba, all those people are actors. That film was done 10 years ago, and they were just talking about Tinubu and Umahi projecting to the future. Nothing is really happening. They are not doing anything. as people continue to document, we've seen the Lagos-Calabar superhighway already about 30, 40 kilometers done. There are social media platforms dedicated to that road. Just daily, they are putting out videos about it. People so excited, but all na lamba. So there it is, all na numbers. Just stay there. Or Nigeria will turn to Dubai and Paris, both rolled into one, and these people will still be there. All na lamba. All na lamba. So now, you know, in the UK, you know, the word there's a term called double entendre or entendre, depending on how you are choosing to say it. Double, they call it, if you really want to be finicky, it's called double entendre, not double, but double entendre. So if you are talking about double entendres, you are talking about words and phrases that at the first appearance has a certain resonation, but the actual conveyance of it is the total opposite of it. So let me give you an example. Here in the UK, for instance, when you go into certain establishments and they start to call you sir, after the third sir, you will have no equivocation that you are being insulted. Yeah, they will never say anything on two words, never a bad word, but when they start to sir you in a particular tonality, with a particular frequency, then you know you are being insulted. So it's a double entendre. So the double entendre applies now. This now next clip.
Nigeria, you have all the natural resources that we don't have. We envy you so much. Because Taiwan is an island around 5 to 6 times larger than Lagos State, but we have no natural resources at all. But we have all the natural disasters that you don't have. Earthquake, volcano, typhoon, tsunami. You have nothing here, we have all of them. But we have nothing but only the brain power. So that's why we have to explain how Taiwan developed ourselves into the best technology of the world that we're holding now, because it's based on the instinct of survival. We have nothing in our island but full of natural disasters. So the only thing we can do is to invest in a generation of education to build up our workforce continuously. And up to now, we can proudly say that our illiteracy in Taiwan is less than 2%. That means 98% of our people can read and write and can work. This is the only way.
So there it is right there. You know, if you don't understand that guy just called you a dumb monkey, then I have nothing else to say to you. If you don't understand that Chico guy just called you a dumb monkey, then I have nothing else to say to you. Talking about dumb monkeys, watch this.
Now, the 2027 election is coming, and there are a lot of discussions about mergers, and Peter Obi merging with some people to run for the presidency. But there's something I want to make clear, and I want to speak to my northern brothers, that the 8 years which is reserved for the southern part of Nigeria is still in effect. So in whatever measure you are talking about, be conscious of the fact that nobody will go and bring any Atiku or any person from the north and tell him that he wants him to be president. Yes, we had a Buhari that ran the country for 8 years. These 4 years is being run by Tinubu. Another 4 years has to be from a southern part of this country. And of course, we are rooting for Peter Obi. So any other measure that is outside this is null and void, is devoid of equity, is devoid of fairness, of justice. So please, let's put that at the back of our mind, that equity, fairness, justice must be enshrined in whatever discussions that is going to be done with respect to measures. Thank you.
So there it is right there. Positions hardening. You know, there's a sophistry, there's a sophistication to the elections to come. You know, because everybody knows what's at play, and everybody knows what the stakes are, and everybody knows how everybody else is maneuvering. So what that guy is saying there, that guy then, and Obi then, by his own admission, he's saying, look, Obi comes in, Obi doesn't come in, a southerner must be the president 2027 all the way to 31, because that is the unspoken agreement of the Nigerian landscape. So the unspoken agreement of the Nigerian landscape. So the Nigerian paradigm is what is that phrase? A mystery wrapped in a paradox and all of that. So who said that? A paradox wrapped in a mystery. The Nigerian paradigm is a paradox wrapped in a mystery. I'll try and remember that phrase, but it's along those lines. So what do I mean? Everything in Nigeria changes while still remaining the same. And that has always been the narrative of that country. Everything in that country changes whilst at the same time simultaneously remaining the same. How is that possible? Gani Fawemi, he explains.
Between 1999 and 2003, the price of rice have increased by 150%. Palm oil, 1 liter, which used to sell for 30 naira, has risen to 150 naira. I've given you the basic food that the ordinary man takes, the fried plantain, that has risen from 10 naira to 50 naira. Again, take the maize, which is used particularly in this part of the country, it has risen 165%. The basic food like beans had risen 133%, and yam had risen from 60 naira, 50 naira in 1999 to 180 naira per kilo in 2003. And they are crying every part of Nigeria. They are crying every part of Nigeria that is there any government in this country? The answer to most people in this country today is there is no governance of our country to give us food.
So everything changes but remains the same. So everything changes but remains the same. I play the Kegite music. See if anybody turns up for the conversation. But first, Egbe Lemo. People. The session, the Kegite music. A lot of people feel is passe, but it's not become part of the branding of this platform. So we cannot but play the Kegite music. So thankfully more people enjoy it than don't. The Kegite.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Latif kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agwishime death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, the majestic John of Nashville. Always a delight when Joel is here. Ola in the house, of course, a stalwart of the platform. Everybody's favorite voice, Baba. He joins us. Man of prestige, the elegant man himself. There's the star right there that makes up the assemble so far. Still more room in the studio. Anybody that wants to join hop on. Anybody that wants to join hop on. So gentlemen, with your permission, let me go with Joe first. He came in last, but I think he's just dashed in from work just to make a little contribution. Joel, good to see you.
Thank you very much, one man. And morning, afternoon, evening to wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nashville. Good evening to the Ronus and to the Obedients and to every Nigerian that tuned in and from anywhere in the world. One man, what's going on?
How do you mean? Did you not delight in the military style kobokoing that Prince Adebayo gave your posse on Arise TV?
Yes, Joel, first, etiquette demands that you acknowledge the graciousness of the panelists that allow you to talk.
That's why I said the Ronus. That's why I said the Ronus and the Obedients.
That's not what we're just generalizing. That was greeting. You have to say thank you to the panelists.
You're either a Rodu. I know that you are one. I know that one man is one. Enigmatic is one.
I don't think he understood what Baba is saying to you is that you came in last, but they are giving way to you to go first, while you are not even acknowledging it.
Exactly.
Okay. If that, but I acknowledge you at the same time. I said Ronu and Obedient now. So
anyway. As I be twist something, clearly say thank you, panelists. Simple. I want twist them. Typical Obedience.
I'm trying to rally you up. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
That's right.
All right, well, let's go.
Yeah, so I mean, everybody would have seen it, of course, the Kung Fu fighting on Arise TV. Prince Adebayo, always outnumbered, never outgunned. He was outnumbered, but certainly not outgunned. The mighty Prince.
Actually, one man, to be frank, I've been at work all morning, so I've not really watched that Adebayo, but it's been trending. So I wouldn't want to speak much. If you have any other topic, because I've not really watched, so I wouldn't want to give my position on that.
All right. The other topics, Niger Republic bent the knee to come and beg Nigeria for oil. Tinubu explains that he reinstated Obasa as Speaker of the House of Assembly because Sanwo-Olu is getting a bit too big for his britches. Lamido Sanusi, the Court of Appeal suspends his reinstatement as Emir of Kano, so he doesn't get to parade himself as Emir anymore.
Oh, wow.
And Obasanjo calls frontally Abubakar Malami, the former Attorney General of the Federation, the biggest looter he's yet ever seen.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Anyway,
or anything else that may interest you. You don't have to restrict yourself.
No. It's okay. That of Obasanjo and Malami, I don't know. But I knew that man was not a good public officer. He's I can't say that he is, but I can actually see reasons why people do say he is. Now, Obasanjo is more of an insider, so he must have some information that we are not privy to, as people in the public. So if he says so, but why is he not arrested? You see, one man, that is my problem. Yes, we have, what's his name again, the former CBN governor in jail, right? But I was waiting to see Tinubu extend that arrest to at least Heidi Sirika, right? The former aviation minister, right? And some other key figures in Buhari's government.
But Heidi Sirika is with this EFCC now. It's under the cosh at the moment, Heidi Sirika.
Okay, if it's case, but we all know. So what about Malami? right? He's walking
Yeah,
free.
that's the biggest mystery. Out of everybody, even above Emefiele, they have wanted that
You
guy
understand what
arrested.
I'm saying? You understand
He
what I'm saying?
committed
So
a
because we knew
lot
what
of atrocities.
exactly, we knew what was going on then. So the issue there is this. I don't know what is going on, what is going through his mind if he thinks that if he arrests those guys that Buhari might feel slighted. But you see, justice in Nigeria, is not blinded, right? It knows who it picks, right? So it's not like a blind judgment where you just go in there and uphold the rule of law. No, in Nigeria, it's who you know that really matters. If you know somebody that is strong, yeah, that's the reason why we still see people like Orderly on the still working freely. Some of
Are they
these
not threatening to pick him up? I saw something in the headlines about Odili.
one man. Let me tell you something. It's just a threat, right? Because they might feel that he's aiding or supporting Fubara.
No,
right?
Joel. No, what they did was they vacated that thing the wife procured for him. No arrest, no further prosecution. Nobody should touch him. So they now give EFCC the go ahead to arrest him, prosecute him, touch him, whatever. So that thing the wife did 2010 or 11, 15 years ago is now cancelled.
Okay. And I'm telling you right now, Baba, that the reason
His
why
wife was a judge, a justice.
Supreme
Court.
A Supreme Court
It's
justice.
unbelievable, isn't it? A Supreme Court justice tells you not to
So
investigate.
because then she was really, I remember then, she was really protected and she was really a spanner in the wheel when it came to how
Can
they
you
wanted to
imagine?
prosecute
Don't
that
touch,
guy.
don't arrest, don't.
I mean,
I've never seen
how
that kind of thing before.
you understand what I'm saying? I mean, a fellow citizen, so that's the thing. So but the thing there is that that order was in 2010, right? We had Buhari for 8
around
years.
us, over 15 years
We
ago.
had Buhari for 8 years. What happened? Nothing. So if Tinubu, his war against corruption, I mean, he wouldn't even have the conscience to fight corruption because he's a corrupt dude. He doesn't. He can only arrest you if you are standing in his way. We have a lot of these corrupt guys litter the street of Nigeria. It's not. We are not fighting it. Look at even the former aviation minister, Femi Kayode. Is he not walking the streets? So one man.
You with your LP woman now, Nenadi Usman.
I think he got
not be them.
I think he got a judge in his favor.
Oh, one man, forget. Meanwhile, Sanusi Lamido, what is going on again? One man.
I don't think Tinubu likes that man, Lamido Sanusi.
That's what I'm telling you. If they don't like you, they will always. I don't know what he's done. With this coalition that is brewing, where is head everywhere. You don't know the information they got on him. That would make them want to push him out. Because one man, I always believe that justice in Nigeria can be acquired, by any person that is really in power or really has the money. But power first. If you have the power in Nigeria, there are certain things you can change. So I pity him. I don't know. So would they be moving his things out of the palace now? Then who is going to? I mean, it's been an embarrassment.
I think the thing is with the Supreme Court now, so we should have a final judgment in some form or the other.
In some form or the other, okay.
Yeah. But for my money, I would rather him because he's more futuristic, he's more contemporary than Bayero, who is just an oligarch.
Bayero is educated though. No, Bayero.
Who is Sanusi that everybody? Because you never know the evil that this guy did.
Because we're not talking about the banking. He advocated a lot for female education, and that's one of the risks. And he was talking about
let's forget those things. Let's forget those things. The question is this: all of them, you understand, they are the same. I would so ever get to that. For Sanusi, I want Sanusi to feel what he did in the past. Because, see, you are looking at banking. For me, I look beyond that banking. You think Sanusi is that very good politically that he has that image that he's projecting? No. That one is just like how do you say, all those graduate kind of presentation. That's why you are picking Sanusi. Who is Sanusi? I beg you. Let's just forget. I don't even really see why we should even be promoting it. So, that guy in his own banking reform, how many people that lost their job and the way they took some of those banks. Yeah, some of those bank executives, they didn't do well. Facts. But what Sanusi did, while trying to say he was saving the banking, you understand, in a normal country, that guy should be in a jail for like 25 years. And this is the person we are even pitying now that because it was an anemia. We'll see.
What does that got to do with emirship?
That's what I was thinking. Banking reforms.
Why you sounded pained, kind of. Like you have a personal
I think
issue.
Ola was impacted by. Were you impacted by his reforms? Is that what it is?
No, I was not impacted. The truth is this: when the guy came, when Asset Bank took over our bank, I decided I took my money. And I took my money, I was okay with it. Then, it was less than, it was after a year, I left the country. So I won't say it impact. In fact, I even made money, even more money, even getting out of the bank than even working in the bank. But the question is this: if you have a neutral person to go and look at what happened in those banks, Intercontinental Bank, Oceanic Bank, and those banks, you see Sanusi, those people he sent there to manage the bank before they were dubiously sold. Honestly, they should all be in jail. They should all be in jail.
I know he was not perfect.
Joel,
he was not perfect in
Joel, let me give a rejoinder to Ola. You see, Sanusi Lamido, you can't just suppose when he was in banking to when he becomes a custodian of tradition. They are two different entities. Now, if you are saying that he's a controversial person, human being, I will agree with you. If you say that it's more political in a sense, I will agree with you. Is he more suited for that position than his cousin? I would say no, that his cousin is more less temperamental and less controversial. So, but using
he's a reformist now, and
a reformist in charge of traditional woman is a little bit dicey.
It's a Nazi.
No, but that tradition needs reformation.
Oh well, in a way, but
it clearly doesn't work. The traditions in the north.
I mean, there's nothing wrong in reforming the education or whatever you want to do, but the fact is that he's been a controversial person, and you don't need somebody who is going to be in charge of tradition that will be in the news virtually every day.
A reformer is by nature controversial now.
A reformer, a traditional ruler, those are the things that they do not really go together because it's very hard. Now you are in charge of people that are not necessarily Muslim or in your domain, and you don't want to sound more political every day. That's what I see. I think his cousin is more suited for that position than Lamido Sanusi. I mean, reform, anybody can reform, but you don't want to be the one antagonizing government trying to say you want to speak true to the power. I mean, Edmesha Lokoba, his own mouth, now him put down for Wala where he did today.
Oshejari Adewale is like saying Queen Elizabeth during his day will now be talking at everything and they will be criticizing government or maybe one royal family there. So the guy is just a narcissist, and because he's so eloquent that he's able to attract people to pity him, I would think is suited for that position. No, let him go. Let him just go and I beg.
But are you saying that he didn't do anything? He didn't do anything for the banking system when he was the CBN chairman.
It destroyed what Soludo did. Soludo was the best so far that we had in that country. Sanusi just came in to make
was he not the CBN governor during that credit crunch? That global credit crunch.
Who was the CBN governor?
Well, was Sanusi not the CBN governor then?
Sanusi was appointed during that time. He was appointed.
Yeah, but Nigeria came. But Nigeria came after that credit crunch unscathed.
Oh my goodness! What was the position of Nigeria globally before? Because this thing is just too complex than what we're saying. What was the position of Nigeria that we're saying Nigeria came out? Is Nigeria that important compared to America?
It's the foremost African economy now. It was a global phenomenon, and Nigeria came.
No, Baba, it was a growing economy that had no significant impact in the entire global financial system as at that time. So we can't use what happened in Nigeria, you understand, to compare to the real people that have been affected, like America, like all those Western countries. China came out of that, and we could see what China did. But tell me, what did Nigeria do?
I'm not sure that you can say an international financial meltdown does not significantly. Nigeria is entirely dependent on the international financial system.
See, Nigeria already was struggling as at that time. It was struggling. It was not as if Nigeria was now going to become Dubai or Canada during that time. They just maintained. What happened during that time is that people even moved their money away from Nigeria. So Nigeria just maintained the tempo of that poverty level, not growing, not coming down. So all we were able to do eventually was just to try later to rebase what happened like several years ago, like telecommunication that happened earlier and the fintech and everything that happened. You now rebase down to do some kind of boju economics. So now say Nigeria was not affected. Tell me, was Nigeria a major manufacturing hub? Was it a major service hub to the international community? So just tell me what Nigeria did special that they say they came out on scanty. So I don't believe in all those kind of boju economics.
All right, let's navigate back to it was actually the contention for the emirship in Kano, and a lot of people, in spite of what you may hold against him from banking, a lot of people actually feel is more suited. But Joel.
Yeah, I still think that he's more suited. At least he's not one of those psychopaths that gets into power and cannot say anything. At least he says something. You might not agree with his way of saying it, but Sanusi, for me, at least, I mean, he was bold at the time to speak to the issues that is concerning the North. You don't normally see Northern leaders come out to speak against their region, against the elites in the North. You don't normally see the leaders do that. So I think Sanusi has been reformative, when it comes to governance and the way he has carried himself. Now, if the Supreme Court decides otherwise, it's still no problem. But the situation remains that I still think it should be done quickly, and let whoever that's going to occupy the seat relax and do the job that they are selected to do. So that's it for me, one man.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So that's, we could hear your machine actually in the background.
I know.
Are you putting somebody on a defibrillator?
No. I already put the person on vent. See, one man. This is what I want to say real quick about Fubara and what is going on in River State. And when you look at what is also going on in Lagos State, see, one man, the time for Tinubu's hand to be off the states is now. Leave those guys to run that state. You cannot keep pulling Lagos back. You're pulling Lagos back with all these. How can you reinstate Obasa if the governor does not like him? Right? Leave him. Let him just do his job. Sowore is doing a good job. He is a moderate.
Yeah, but Lagos doesn't belong to Sanwo-Olu now. It belongs to Tinubu. It's his personal fiefdom.
That's the thing. I'm saying that it should stop. It must stop. It must stop.
Lagosians are not complaining now. So what's your?
What do you mean? What do you mean that we are not complaining? We are complaining.
You're not a Lagosian. Are you a Lagosian?
I'm a Lagosian. I stay in Lagos. I've been staying in Lagos since 1989. Until date, I still pay for properties in Lagos. So I am a Lagosian. I don't know what else qualifies me. Are you from the UK?
No, I'm from Oyolafin. I'm not a Lagosian. I'm from
Look at
Oyo.
you. Whenever you come back home, there was a day I went on a Rudolph's show, and we were saying something similar. And one of them said, "Oh, I did not come to America to make money." So I said, "Oh, you didn't come here to make money?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay. So why are you in New York? You know, you should have stayed in Lagos State since everything you do is online. So why are you here?" Everybody started laughing. Yeah, you have to just be honest. The place you are staying right now, they gave you everything. You can vote, you can make money, you can do everything. One man, we have to change the way we do things in Nigeria. We need people. Look, Lagos State, like I said in the past, anybody
Lagos is
can leave
working
Lagos
now.
State.
So Lagos is working, and it's the
Yeah,
only state in the country that is working, and that is
under the tutelage of who?
under the tutelage of your president.
No, it's not under the tutelage of Tinubu. It's under the tutelage of Seoul for now, right? A governor can decide to come in tomorrow and do something that is like, I don't want to do anything, and turns the whole play. After 4 years, he leaves. But he's been there for the past almost close to 8 years.
You know
and
that
he's been doing a great job.
you know that a lot of states are actually they're sending delegates to Lagos to go and understand it, to go and understudy how that system works. The latest
Any state.
Anambra, even your state sent delegates. So don't know. Akano came just last week. To come and understudy how Lagos does things.
No, that's just showmanship. What is it? What is it that's in Lagos that you cannot replicate anywhere in Nigeria? It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. So any governor leaving his state to come learn what is going on in Lagos State, to learn what? To learn how to build Lekki.
No, to learn good governance.
Because I want to know what they are coming to learn. Is it how to build a train?
When Kano State came, they came to understudy the transportation system in Lagos.
Okay.
And to see which bits of it they could replicate. When Anambra State came, they came to understudy the waterway system and how that interlinks with the Lagos economy. You know,
waterway system?
Yes.
Which waterway system are you talking about?
The ferries, the whatnot, how you know Lagos is 60% ocean. You know Lagos is more water than land.
One man. We have not really what is the right word for it? We've not really opened up 40% of Lagos State potential. Lagos State is still running behind. I'm just telling you for what I have seen in Lagos State. Right? Where are we talking from? I told you that we went for a beach party. Right?
For all of that, though, for all of that, Lagos is still doing is the best.
One man, I will not learn how the waterway runs in Lagos State. It's not efficient. That's my point.
Yeah, but
how many boats do you have there?
Is it the best performing?
When was the last time you used it that you know it's not efficient?
It's not efficient. It's not
efficient. Will not kill you.
Listen.
You know, in fact, I see a lot of YouTubers doing the ferry.
Don't mind Joe.
One man, the only thing you can do,
and the Lagos regatta, all of us.
One man. This is what I can tell you, because I know that most of you have not traveled back home. This is the thing. When you get to the jetty, a VI or Ikoyi, you get the boats that takes you. But it is not. I've been to Miami here, for instance.
Miami, yeah.
All right. Hold on. I am not even saying one man. See. I'm not even saying it should be 30% of Miami. There is no organization in it. The kind of boats that they are using there. So one man, we can look at.
We can bring a clip right now.
One man, no, let me bring him up to speed. Let me bring him up to speed. Wait.
Don't go and bring Otto Dalati Yacho. There are people that have money. I'm talking for the.
Joel, let me bring you up to speed. Calm down. We are talking of today. Do you know You can take a boat, transport, omnibus, OMIBUS. That's what they call them.
Yeah.
From Eleke Crescent, on VI, straight to Badagry.
I know it's been
And
on.
that boat
It's been on.
And that the new ones even have billiard board on board, because it's a long journey, VI to Badagry, so you can play billiard on board. Then you can take from Marina. Wait now, let me finish. I'm bringing you up to speed so that you don't go to another platform and say this same thing. They will know you are not current. So I'm bringing you from Marina to Ekpe, from Marina to Ikorodu Jetty. So they're spreading it. And the main hub will be at mile 2, Badagry Road, mile 2 there. That's where the main hub is.
It's on
They are
this
clearing it.
premise
It's
that
a
Lagos
project that
is
may take 2 years.
You're talking about you're talking about new locations where water transportation can be accessible to the people. I get that, but it is nothing. No, it's not like innovative, like enough to say I'm going to come to Lagos State to learn it. If I want to build Lagos in Onisha, for instance, they have their own water that goes to all those Obaru and all that. What are you coming to learn from Lagos State that you cannot just go buy a boat and run it? What else do you want to know?
But some West African countries came to learn the BTR lane, how they map them out. I know some West African countries came for that.
Even Kano State came. Kano State.
Yeah. Please, one man.
In the country of the blind, complete that sentence.
Okay. Let me leave it that way. Let me take it to be that the people coming to learn are completely blind. And let me just put it that way, that they are so backward that you have to come to Lagos State to learn the waterway system. I mean, Uguta has been running the waterway system like forever. So what is it? You want to get a boat, you get a boat. You want to get a pontoon.
You mean Kano service? Kano service is not water.
No, Uguta has been doing pontoon for a very long time. Those days used to be like a tourist attraction, right? You driving with your car, you sit down, and you get your ferry to the other side, to where they call Uguta too.
But that's pontoon pushed by a tugboat. I know that area, so that's a pontoon thing. This is different. You have
no. I'm just talking about See, but Baba, it is not different. The thing there is this, right? It is still an option that we do not use in Nigeria. There are pontoons being used even here in Tennessee. You have pontoons where you go in with your car with a little bit of a family and all that. The problem there is that if you go to Uguta today, are you going to see that pontoon again? No.
The flood that came from the Abo side of the lake a couple of years back actually destroyed that system.
Well. I mean, but
Joel, for however badly or well Lagos State is being run, it's being run 100% better than the second best. You know, Lagos is now a $256 billion economy. It's second only to Cairo now.
It's okay, one man. My own thing is that, and when you look at the money, when you look at Lagos worth and what they built in Lagos State, it does not correlate. We need a new lease of leadership in Lagos State.
Lagos don't get money.
You understand what I'm saying? We need a new lease of life in Lagos State. Total. You say?
How much Lagos gets? How much they get?
It needs to be off Tinubu's clause so that Lagos State will know how much they're actually earning and where they can do the necessary changes. And that's why I think that someone from Lagos State, not the likes of Obasa, someone very cerebral, independent, have some independence, should be the governor of Lagos State. I believe that Lagos State will blow up. What we are seeing from Lagos
More
State is not.
cerebral than Sanwo-Olu. Obasa is not the governor of Lagos State.
No. I'm not saying Obasa. I didn't say Obasa. I say somebody like people. I'm not like trying to push. When I was talking about someone from Lagos State, I don't mean someone like Obasa. That's what I mean. He's not cerebral enough. That is a tout. That's an
So somebody
ability.
more cerebral than Sanwo-Olu or Fashola or Ambode
No.
or.
Can you imagine if Sanwo-Olu was independent? Can you imagine if Sanwo-Olu was independent? Would you imagine if Fashola was independent?
He would have done what?
It's a lie. It's a lie, one man. If those
No,
guys, see,
he would have
Fashola,
done what? He would
one
have
man,
done what?
let me say something. You see, Fashola, Ambode, Sanwo-Olu, these three guys, if they were more independent, they would have done much more. In fact, that was
what?
when Uleki was opening up. They would have done much better job with what is happening today. Today, it's everywhere they put out, they just sell. You sell, tomorrow they can't bring it down. And, it's a mess going from Lekki now, moving towards like a side. No, we can do much better. One man. Thank you. Let me not take the time of everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate everybody.
All right. Thank you for
You're
kicking
welcome.
Thank you for kicking out for us, Joel. So let's go then in the order that let's kick it. Let's go on to Man of Prestige. See if it's ready for us. It's been so quiet. Prestige.
Yeah, greeting everybody.
Well, your voice is a bit low. What a long day.
I do not greet you.
Huh?
I do not greet you.
Why you not greet me?
No, I just draw your leg. Right.
Oh, I thought you wanted to debate. I thought you wanted to talk about what we're supposed to be debating. We set up another day. We debate about the Igbo coup if that's what you want. But anyway. Huh?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And greeting everybody. So, where do you want me to start? I think I listened to some of the topic, but not all the topic. Let me start with. I don't want to talk about the Niger stuff. What concerns me there is not my country. So, that's a waste of my time talking about the Niger something. It is what it is over there. So let me start with what's happening in Lagos. Because everybody been saying like Lagos State, is the epicenter, of democracy in Nigeria. But what's going on in Lagos State has, mystified that, it's like a hogwash in my own opinion. I mean, how can Tinubu be, in Abuja and directing what's happening in Lagos? So let me ask all these Lagosians. There are some Lagosians. One man, you're not a Lagosian. I think Baba is. So this question is directly to Baba. Baba, are you in support of Tinubu godfatherism when he's a president supposed to be focusing on the nation and still control Lagos? Because one man just stated that the Lagosian don't mind, because he has, So can you answer that before I proceed? If you don't mind, Baba, greeting to you.
Joel, okay. I will beg for your pardon in the sense that I come to do justice to that topic, actually. But if I start answering your question,
wait until you
if
speak.
you stay long enough, actually, after you, I think I will be the next person. You will get the full measure of
no problem. I'll wait, Baba. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
So let me give my opinion. I mean, regardless of what he did in Lagos, how he cajoled Lagos to be his own, property or whatever it may be, he should be concentrating on the nation. Whether someone who did that or not, that he's the one that perpetuated the removal of Obasa, install Miranda there. It doesn't really matter, but Shewoli is the executive, leader in Lagos State, whether it's good or not, but that's his prerogative. So, in my own opinion, I don't think, Shewoli has done very well in that state, from what I see. Regardless of if it is a map robe, Tinubu said or not, I'm going to give credit to the person who is in charge of that state, not Tinubu. So I don't understand what's going on. He has no right doing that. Remember one man, we said it a while ago. Was it about 2 weeks ago? This is why when it comes to Nigerian politics, I don't make, an audacity statement that this is what's going to happen. Because Nigeria is such a very strange place. And you stated that Obasa will only be reinstated for 2 days. The next day he's going to be gone. So are you going to change your tune right now? This is why we shouldn't make a very categorical statement when it comes to Nigerian politics. It's a very dicey situation. Nothing is permanent. It's subject to change. Anything you can never exactly know. You have to say this is my opinion. But a lot of us come here and make a very categorical statement that this is what's going to happen. I mean, do you have the fact? Are you a god? You're not even at all, you're in the party or whatever, you can't make such a categorical statement. Just say this is my opinion. So one man, this fall on you. So Obasa is going to stay right now. It look like because the Baba, the God of Lagos State, has spoken. So I mean, the rep member, and all they can have grievances all they want. They still believe that Tinubu is their God. I mean, it's past Godfather, okay? And that is exactly what's translating to River State. You know, that's what we can want to do right now. So I don't know if it's going to achieve it. So that's a different story. But in my opinion, he should have left. You know, I know he invited all of them to come to Aso Rock today, you know. Of course, he's castigated Obasa for coming late because he's come. That is the only castigation fault he find in Obasa. Whatever Obasa did, you know, it doesn't mind just because he came late to the party or whatever, you know. So he's behind Obasa or whatever, you know, for the reinstatement, and it's going to be permanent. I mean, the House member, you know, who has the authority to do whatever they want to do, they can quibble all they want. Nothing is going to happen. But you know, I would like to. I'm gonna stay. I wasn't gonna stay, but I will stay. I will stay until Baba, you know, speak because he has more information in that area. I'll be listening in that reference. So let me stop there. What other topic? Because I left one ago. Can you talk about one more if you don't mind? I'm not gonna stay long.
Yeah, Prince Adewole versus
Oh
RSPB.
yeah. I was listening. Yeah, I was listening. Remember initially when the topic came, you know, the way it was narrated, you know, I was saying maybe, you know, because I mean, I respect the prince always, you know, I like him a lot. I mean, of course, he's not my candidate, but that doesn't mean that, you know, I don't respect the guy. He has come on this platform several times, you know. I respect the man. He's an intellectual, in my own opinion, and he looked. I mean, I'm not in his mind, but he looked like somebody who is very honest. I mean, this is just probably a very scary thing to say when it comes to Nigerian politics. You know, honest to a certain degree. But I mean, everybody, you know, politicians, you know, they lie when it comes to politics. But I'm talking about have some integrity when it comes to just, you know, minimum things. You know, yeah, he's one of those people in Nigerian space. So when he started speaking and he confronted Ayo to read what he said, so Ayo is wrong 100%. You know, because the man never said I want my supporters to support Tinubu, you know, pre the election. It was after the election. And that was in February or March, you know, when he said that. And the election, you know, has already happened two months before that time. So I think I like Ayo, but he, you know, she disappointed me there. You know, I think she just played the game. She needed to apologize. I don't think she apologized. Did she apologize? I mean, I left a
Yeah,
little
no, she
bit.
just tried to laugh it off. Do
No,
you
no,
remember?
that was wrong. I mean, she was wrong. Okay, you know, I mean,
Do you remember Tundu Abiola? Do you remember? Tundu Abiola. Do you remember her?
Yeah. I remember I remember when Abiola was Abiola daughter was there, or granddaughter. I don't
Who
know
do you
who.
think is better, Ayo or Tundu Abiola?
I like Ayo better. Forget about this. What just happened? I mean, that's my own opinion. You may say because she's an obedience. I mean, I just like the way she articulated. No, she's better than. I mean, forget about your own statement in terms of journalism narrating the news. She's better than she's better than the other lady. So I don't know how people opinion. Let's not go with sentiment in terms of, you know, delivering of journalism. You know, she's better in my own opinion. Forget it, whether she's biased or not. Of course, everybody is biased. But in terms of, yeah, I like her better because the other lady seemed to be a little bit dull to me. That's, you know, that's the way I see it. But anyway, that's my personal opinion. So everybody may differ to that. But anyway, in final conclusion, like I stated, I think I did a chat, a long chat already, you know, before that it ended. She needed to apologize in that because I've listened to it before I came to listen to you here. So I already made my conclusion. She needed to apologize in that. So she was 100%, you know, wrong. Not even something to equivocate. But
That's
I'm surprised.
unusual, you know, an obedient train one of your own under the boss. Eh?
Why you always making everything obedience? Why you always one
You
man?
know, one man, why I like a man of prestige, to a certain high level degree, he is an honest broker when it comes to contribution.
Well, I
And I
mean,
respect him
I'm
for that.
gonna to be realistic, Baba. You know, everybody has their own sentiment, whatever. I mean, but you know, I'm gonna be realistic how I feel, whether it's for me or not for me. I'm gonna call it how I see it. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I'm right, but that's just the way I see it. So I'm not going to take that much time because I wanted to listen to Baba. But let me make the last statement. You know, forget about Sanusi and Ebe. It's too much. You know, too much is going in Nigeria and politics. I mean, Nigeria is never a dull moment. You know, politics and otherwise. You know, so I'm just going to make one more statement. So I will listen to Baba because I'm not going to stay that long. I don't know if you're. I always have to pivot to American politics because you know everything about American politics concerns me. You know, Trump came to the Justice Department today. I don't know if you're listening to him. I know, and he took like a victory ride on the politics, and he went there and invited. Because if you look at the previous government, the Department of Justice, I know it's under the executive, but regardless, they are given a free hand, you know, to govern the country, to make the rule, whatever concern the economy. But in Trump era, that's not so. Because he went there today. I mean, you only should have listened. He spoke for more than an hour. All is about revenge. Everybody that he's going to put in jail. People that, prosecuted his case, every lawyer is going to be going to jail. I mean, we're talking about democracy not functioning in Nigeria. Democracy is not functioning, in America right now. I know some MAGA people are going to be here. Jewel or whatever, they're not here to challenge me, but I don't have time for that for them right now.
No, Prince is
So
here. Prince is here.
oh, okay. I'm glad, President. I mean, the democracy is being eviscerated in America right now. This is exactly what Trump. People should go and listen it. It's all about revenge. Department of Justice is supposed to be independence. I know it's under justice. Look at when Obama took over. The first statement he made, he said, "Yeah, it's under executive, but you have a free hand. You're not under me. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not going to interfere in whatever you're adjudicating." But Trump came here today. I'm telling his Department of Justice, of course, that's a friendly environment. It's not open. Usually, when they make such a when they went there, any president that come in, when they address the Department of Justice, it's normally for everybody invited. But he just invited his MAGA ally or whatever. Everybody was clapping. So the main point I'm trying to make is that we talk about democracy. We are fighting Nigeria. America is going backwards. I don't know what kind of democracy we are right now. It's like a constitutional crisis. That's what we are going. So any independence-minded person, we look into what I'm saying, whether I have a point or I don't have a point. You all need to listen to that. It's all about everybody. Everybody that did anything about me is gonna go to jail. So and
Do
it's
you
not
know the
concerned
South?
about it. It's
Do
not
you
concerned
know
about the
man of
economy.
prestige?
Huh?
Do you know man of prestige? The South African ambassador has been sent back. Why?
Yeah, I saw that in the
Because
headline.
he badmouthed Trump.
You see, this is
They
what
asked him to
is it
leave
not
the
autocracy
country.
we are practicing right now? And you're gonna have what's his name, Prince Daddy or Prince Trump or whatever he calls himself. He's gonna come.
Actually, Prestige, Donald Trump is actually more suited to being a Nigerian president or an African president. His style,
Yeah, that may be, but if he's gonna do it right way, and do something, that will, do something judiciary that is right for everybody. But no, because the man is after his own interest. Because what's going on right now? This week was the worst year, since 2023 in the stock market has fallen. So investment is everybody's reeling. I mean, because S&P is down. The worst in it's about 2 years. That's what we had this week right now. So nothing is working. Go and look at the price of egg. I don't go to grocery, but my wife told me we used to buy 12 dozen of egg, even during the Biden era when they say price is sky. You can get it for $5, but it's about 10 or $12 right now. So nothing is going right. But anyway, let me leave. I just want to make that comment. That.
Oh yeah,
And
okay.
yeah, we
Before
are
you
going
run
to
away,
we are going to some
Prestige.
we are going to some
Please, let me-
constitutional crisis. Yeah, even I
Please,
thought
let me-
Nigeria is
One
not
second
bad.
before you run away.
Hold on. Let me finish. Even I thought Nigeria is not bad. America is going through a hell. Okay, because of this narcissistic, human being we have as president. So thank you very much, Baba. I'm going to listen to you.
Prince Daddy, please
Yeah,
wait.
Baba, if you
Hold on.
don't mind.
Prince Daddy, hold on, please. Heard what the gentleman just said about America. Well, for me, I care less, and I just. Hey, stop! and I give a house. I don't give a shit about what people are talking about. Now, Trump sent if it's Trump or whoever sent the South African ambassador packing, then South Africa should do the same.
I think that was Marco Rubio that did that, wasn't he?
Okay, if
Yeah,
Marco Rubio
that's right.
send, if Marco
Well,
Rubio
that's under the
send,
directive of Trump. I mean,
Yes.
they don't do anything without what Trump said. So
well, yeah, please let me speak. Sorry, if Trump or Marco Rubio, whoever did send the South African ambassador packing, then South Africa should retaliate and send ambassador in South Africa packing, and let's see who has the bigger shame.
Yeah, but
sometimes we have to.
But what is?
now.
Do you know why I
South
brought that
Africa is of
topic?
no significance
Because I live in
to-
America. I'm fully invested
Please
here too.
hold on.
So
Please
whatever
hold
is
on. Hold
happening
on.
affect me.
I know. Hold on, please. Wama, let me reply you first. It has so much meaning. Just imagine Ghana is telling American embassy to pack tomorrow. Do you know for the optics what that means? It's a stain and a
that
death.
wouldn't even make the news in America.
No.
They don't even
No.
know
No.
that Ghana exists as a country.
One must stop speaking on your emotions, please. The politics have different stages.
You think
It's
if South Africa sends out the American ambassador back, the Americans will care? They will.
No, well, that's what you will say.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think they will care?
Yeah, it's not about the people. It's about the politics. It's about the geopolitical politics, the world leaders. It matters a lot. Yeah, because America is the chief security of the world, chief security officer of the world that tried to lay blame on every other country. They try to persecute every other country, try to tell them, dictate to them how they will behave. Now, one person just wake up like, America, you are living today. You know what that means? The world's asking question, what happened to tell America to start packing? America don't want to go into that kind of shenanigans in the international space. Now, if America tell South African ambassador to pack, South Africa should retaliate by telling them American embassy in South Africa to leave too, regardless of the economic effect. You must send a message back, a signal. Trump and Elon Musk cannot dictate how South Africa will share their land. We all know what is going on because the land, whatever that is going on there. Not only Trump have interest, most of the white Europeans have interest in South African lands. They are trying to protect their white neighbors. Why we cannot protect our own black neighbors? So that is between South African government and American government. And for South Africa care less. Don't forget, South Africa have their own minerals too. You can embargo South Africa. You are embargoing yourself, your own white people, because they control the economy. So if you embargo South Africa, you're embargoing your white folks that control the 1% that control the South Africa economy. So that's between South Africa and Trump. Now let's come to the DOG matter.
No. Hold on. Let's try and maintain the structure so that people have been waiting. Let Baba go, and then after.
Baba will go. I want to quickly say something about the. Sorry, I'm not making something. I want to quickly say something about the DOG. Trump went to the chief or whatever the Department of Justice Department to make statement, which is a natural routine for any new president. But I don't know why man of president is complaining when they were cooking up Trump charges against the president. We were all seeing it before the election. The lawyers that does not up good. We are all there throwing charges. The most painful part, they were using some black lawyers to be doing all shenanigans. Some have packed after Trump won, left America. He should put all of them in jail to show example.
You know what piece? You are very ignorant about what's happening in America. So don't put
you don't need to insult me. You don't need to insult me.
Brought out of our politics here.
No, you don't need to insult me. You don't need to insult me about it, but I will get back to you.
But I'm talking about the word
No, don't worry. I will get back to you in 100 folks. You can tell me you don't know about American politics. Don't tell me I'm ignorant, but I will get back to you when it gets to my turn on a very good day, on a different day. I will get back to you and I'll give it to you in 100
that means you don't know. What is ignorance?
I understand you are the king of English, but you don't need to insult me about it. Anyway, I use for Baba, Prince Daddy. Baba, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, peace. Prince?
Hey.
Yeah, thanks,
Sorry.
Barbara. 30 seconds,
Marazita, I hear you.
appreciate it.
Huh?
I
Can
know.
I say
Let me talk, please.
something?
No, let me be done, please. I'll
Come
be done in
after
30
Prince,
seconds.
please.
Yeah, man of
War
war
peace.
peace, right? I know he lives in Japan.
Hold on for Prince Zeta, and then you come after him, Prince.
Yeah, I know war peace lives in Japan, but his submission about what Trump went to the DOJ to do is quite, accurate. Prestige is full of himself. I mean, I'm trying to not to call you a sore loser, but I mean, even someone all the way in Japan knows that the DOJ under Biden was weaponized. There's no doubt about that. With the FBI, who can give an order to go raid a president's residence, private residence, and ramshackle his wife's wardrobe? Who can absolutely give such an authority to do so? So, Prestige, you're full of it. I mean, you're not a honest broker. You come here and spew garbage, and the only time I tend to interfere or come in is to dispel all your lies. This is just a bunch of lies. And on the issue, I know maybe you're a wealthy Floridian, even though you ran from California to Florida. We all know right now that the price of eggs has come down to like by 35%. It's almost sharply. So that everyone is talking about it. Even on CNN, they acknowledge the price of eggs to have come down. If you don't know, don't put out false information. And also, I'm at this point in time, I'm not sure what Nigeria is doing right now to try to, forecast that revenue for the future, because the price of a barrel of crude oil has dropped about $65 a barrel, and it probably will keep going down. And we're experiencing right now a drop in the price of fuel at the pump. So the economy is improving. The interest rate has dropped also. All the barometers for a good economy is coming into the fore. But there comes a gaslighter like Prestige, trying to pretend that there's nothing good going on. The issue about the stock market, it's a given. The market is unsettled about the tariffs of what is going on between the different countries. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down. But one thing you don't talk about, Prestige, which shows how biased you are, is that they are companies from Apple to Microsoft to the largest chip maker in the world from Taiwan and others, SoftBank. They've all together committed on paper over $1 trillion investment in America just in these few weeks we're talking about here. But Prestige would never say nothing about that. You always want to spread the fake news and wrong information in order to bamboozle the audience. Thank God I'm here to dispel all your lies.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's not get well. The American politics can come in later, but
woman.
Yes.
I want to say something. I just came in and I heard War Peace speaking. That was what I wanted to respond to. War Peace. You see, Democrats in the United States, I don't think they've been able to find out why they lost. And that's a very big problem to them. They've not been able to know why they lost. They're still in their Trump derangement, which they have transferred to L1ARS. And that's actually one of the reasons why they lost. And they have not been able to change tone. When you hear them speak, you begin to ask, where is Americans in your statement? You are saying something, you are giving your grievance. Listen to them today. When Chuck Schumer said he doesn't want to shut down the economy. And look at what they were screwing. You look at it, you don't see Americans in what they are saying. So they have not been able to find out why they lost the election. And until they do, they will continue losing. Mark my word. First of all, Baba, I told you that the price of crude is going to go down.
Early days, AI, early days.
I said it will continue going down. I told you. And I have
Don't hug
made it a
yourself
point
yet.
of duty. I have made it a
Don't
point of
hug yourself yet. I say early days. So let's wait. We'll
wait
see
now.
now.
Let me finish. Anything I say in this platform, I will come back to fact check myself. That's what I will be doing. When it happens, I will come back and fact check, because I've had a lot of abuse and what will I call ridiculous, stupid hate. I don't even know who the human beings they are. Anyway, let you people continue. So now I'll be bringing it back to you people when I speak.
Now we go fact check you now. We will
No. When the thing happened, I will come back and tell you, I told you. In case
Okay,
you forgot, I will
we all
tell
here.
you, I told you, because some of you don't mention it when it happened. Rather, they will abuse me next time when I want to speak.
All right. Let's do it this way. So Baba is up next. Rational Mind is here. Larry in the background as well. I'm going to shuffle myself out. Hand over to Ola. Baba is next. So Ola, try move it around.
I'm bringing Larry then.
Yes, but then Ola will not be there to moderate.
Okay.
So
Kick
yeah.
Rational Mind out there. Kick him out.
Rational Mind is a stakeholder, it's a shareholder.
Kick him out.
One man after hold on, one man after Baba speak. I just want to listen to Baba. After Baba speak, then you can remove me, please, or I leave. Then you can bring Larry.
All right, brilliant. So floor is yours, Baba. I'm going to shuffle myself out. I'll bring Ola in. I think the space has pretty much given up on super chats now. Thank you, Kola. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. So I Ola comes in, but Ola try move it around quickly, moderate the interjections as much as you can, so that people are not waiting for too long. Thank you, everyone. See you. Baba, first.
Yes, okay. Let me dispense with all protocols because we're fully populated now. I think Lagos State, bottom line, Asiwaju has us in a barrel, lockdown. It is a sad situation and a sad commentary on the tenets of democracy, actually. In fact, I laughed yesterday when Asiwaju said, how can Sanwo-Olu interfere in the affairs of the Lagos State Assembly? And I rhetorically asked, as if he were there or I was in his presence, to ask Baba, what are you two doing in National Assembly? Didn't you appoint the principal officers? You did. Ashwaju did. So why are you denying Sanwo-Olu of playing his politics? Why are you denying Sanwo-Olu of playing his own politics? He is the boss. He's the party leader in Lagos State. You are the big man. You are an Aso Rock. Yes, you have to moderate what is happening. No doubt about that. I can understand the politics of Lagos State and why you are fretting, because you have to win Lagos State to come 2027 by foul means or otherwise, fair or foul means. You have to win Lagos State so that you can save us from the obedience. I can understand Senatorial West is volatile now because Aregbesola is no more in APC camp. And that is the cash cow of Lagos votes. It's the biggest, largest zone. If we bring everyone, it's always the last we count. So that when we know Party B is leading with 20, and we are coming from that side, we can say we have 30. You can, and night has fallen. That's it. End of the party for you. That's Party B. I understand. Quite all right. But the situation we are then right now, look, Obasa is your boy. He's a good soldier to you, no doubt about that, we know. But when the people rose up and said they don't want him again, now they are trying to make Sanwo-Olu the scapegoat. And by extension, they want to make Obanikoro also, they want to rope him in. That is from the GAC side, to say they are the one who orchestrated it, who gave the backbone to the 36 members to go against the grain on the blind side of Asiwaju. But then you should realize that those 36 members, they represent their different constituencies. And they have the right to do so, democratic right to do so. All you have to do is just let us be. I'm happy, very happy that Sanwo-Olu's tenure ends in 2027, so they don't victimize him. Will he be a minister? I don't think he cares anymore. Even as a Lagos governor for 1 month, you are made for life. You are made for life. So Sanwo-Olu can rest easy. He should not fret. He should not fret. And
Did
as
they
for
say
the
it's Sanwo-Olu that orchestrated
yeah,
the removal of
Asiwaju said it himself, and
Uh-huh.
he cheekily referred to him as a powerful governor. That I don't like. That's cheeky.
I don't understand. What do you mean by cheeky?
Cheeky in the sense that why are you referring to your boy as powerful governor? He didn't mention him by name.
Oh,
He
like
just like
trying to cajole. Oh, yeah. I
yeah,
get it.
trying to belittle him. So I mean that rhetoric I do not like. And the worst thing he
Is that
did,
why Jandal went to see him?
I think they are going to use Jandor as a rabble rouser. It's not, I doubt, I think they will use him to scatter one or two other parties. I think that's the instrument they want to use him as instrument of troubleshooting. I don't think, because he knows
Well,
definitely.
that guy would have been the next governor if not that he decamped and was impatient. He's smart in his own way.
He is smart, but in the last election, Fashola has sufficiently damaged him. He called him my former cameraman. People take note of such a thing. In reality, he was Fashola's cameraman, but
it doesn't matter.
But he has developed himself beyond being a cameraman, no doubt about that. And he has missed out on his one boy apprenticeship. So the thing I was surprised, which Asiwaju did again, there is a contentious thing. The previous clerk of the house, Onofeko, you understand, is who Obasa wants reinstated. He will be comfortable with that because the clerk is as powerful as the Speaker of the House administratively. But when Miranda came, they kicked him out. Onofeko went to court and brought in Otun. Otun is a man there, and still they are contending. Onofeko is contending with him when he went to court, and the courts gave a ruling, a temporary ruling, that all parties should maintain status quo ante bellum. Onofeko now put his own slant into that status quo ante bellum by saying that, oh, the court has ruled that they should go back to the starting line where he was the speaker, and then Otun has to leave until the judgment is given. No. At the point they brought the case to court, that's what the court meant. And they've corrected him. But he has gone down to kick the door of the current speaker. And rather than Asiwaju, you who are brave enough and address the elephant in the room, which is the speakership, why didn't you address that point? To say, no, Onofeko should stay, because that's who the speaker wants. Or no, you have to work with Otun, that Miranda appointed. Now you left them to their own devices. That means you don't want peace. Because that is one of the salient points. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Baba, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
I thought Obasa won his own man, which is the old clerk that is already, that was there before. Am I right?
Yeah, that's the person on Ofeko. That's who he wants. That's who he wants. And that is who he went to court. You get my point. But then in the rules, as they bring these clerks from the civil service. And in the civil service, when they say they don't want you again, they return you back to the department they pick you from. So rather than go back as a civil servant, he went to court. And the court said, okay, in the interim, maintains the status quo. Then he came back, he has gotten a judgment. They said we should maintain the status quo. That means Mr. Otun, go out of the office. I have to take my position back. But what I'm saying is that Asiwaju is supposed to also address that issue. I think not addressing that issue is deliberate. It's deliberate. If you can handle the big one and say, don't deceive us already. They deceived us because when they brought the people from Osun State, from Ogun State, the Baba of the party, to come and intervene in Lagos affair, where we make noise, they now brought in Ambody to join them. Because we say, how can outsiders come to rule in the political affairs of Lagosians? Okay, they brought Ambody. We know Ambody doesn't have a say. I'm telling you, these people, both Are Oshoba, both Baba Bisi Akonde, and even some of those Ogun State people in GAC, their children are local government chairmen in Lagos State. And in the new contestation of local government chairmanship, their children are contesting still. What will happen now? These are the people who now said they deceived us and say, okay, we have agreed. Miranda, you go back to your position. We will get somebody from West Senatorial Zone of Lagos where to replace Obasa. On the day Pedro came, the Attorney General of Lagos State, came to the house and called a meeting where they line up all the assemblymen from Lagos West Senatorial. They all rejected the chairmanship. I mean the speakership. They don't want. Here, the assembly is slated to start 10 o'clock. Here we are, the clock is ticking. So, gentlemen, nobody wants it. The only man left standing from West Senatorial Zone is Obasa. So, let him be.
Baba.
So, we were classically deceived.
Baba, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Larry, go ahead, please.
If you were to be in that position, would you have accepted it?
Which one? Which
if
one
you were
exactly?
To be in any of those honorable members' position, would you have accepted it?
It's too dangerous, of course. But they orchestrated it. They know. They led us by the nose.
They knew where the whole thing was coming from. So nobody wants to be a scapegoat. That's exactly what happened. They knew.
But we said they should show their hand now. Why lead us along? Well, us by the nose, our noses. So this is the option there. But what I want to say here is that you see that gap filled with Ogun State people, non-Lagos people, because they've stayed too long. Most of them are even contractors. They put their children in local government. That gap is the point of everybody. GAC must be destroyed.
Ogun State and Lagos State, we're all family, Baba.
Come on, dear Joe. When we take back farm, we know where Papa farm stop. We know where Papa became farm starts. Not be so.
Baba, take it easy. Tinubu is chewing. Tinubu is.
He has us over the barrel because we are not going to throw the baby out with the water. No doubt about that. We are not going to be foolish.
No, Baba.
We are not going to be foolish.
It will be on
this
same Tinubu, Baba. Go and write this down. 2026, Tinubu will almost be on his nails. I'm telling you. Tinubu will almost be on his nails in 2026.
For whom?
You know the latest thing now? The OCPC.
Larry, why will it be on his nail?
No, wait now. The latest thing as at this evening, the whole CPC caucus in APC, the whole Buhari's minister, all of them are leaving. And if they don't take care of those things, now it's going to be doom. It's going to be doom. And that's why in most cases, you see, sometimes I understand the fact that he has his normal clique, you know, the normal clique, Lagos boy, Gbagbaja, Amila, and the likes. I think the way he managed the party was the same way he was managing things in Lagos. And now it's now beginning to boomerang. Because no matter how, even if you say, oh, those guys are irrelevant, I can tell you, you need most of those guys in the north. And it's obvious that Tinubu is not as popular as he used to be in the north.
Larry, can I ask you a question?
Well, before you go, I have a quick question for Baba. So Baba, are you saying is Obasa now officially back as the Speaker of the House, right?
Exactly. That's what it is. You see, the thing is this. Look, when Miranda was there, Obasa already was to come back and buy 45 Fortuna. You understand? 45 Fortuna. All the Lagos State, including the Speaker of the Lagos State, will take 40 or 41. Obasa will now take 2 to himself, and his 2 wives will take 1. That project supposed to cost 7 billion naira. But when Miranda took over, Miranda actually bought 40 because the house is 40. Miranda bought 40 Prado Land Cruisers, which is preferred by the assembly members. Now, they distributed it to everybody. Miranda took her own. In fact, she took 2. Did not give or reserve 1 for Obasa, who is a bona fide member. And that project cost 5 billion. As against Obasa's Fortuna of 7 billion and his 2 wives sharing part of the vehicles. And they've taken delivery of these vehicles. You get my point. So the thing. Go ahead, please.
I was gonna say, yeah, thanks. I was gonna say, someone who is an underboss is not the true boss. Unlike Tinubu, Tinubu does not have a boss over him. He calls the shot. The whole thing that happened with Obasa, even though I know nothing about Lagos politics, I've been on record on a one-man show that, listen, the way the whole thing went down don't look right. That it may boomerang, and exactly what has happened.
Look, it is simple. It is simple. Sanwo-Olu was disgraced by Obasa when he came to deliver the annual budget of Lagos State. He delayed. No, and you know it's a ceremony. This budget thing.
Yeah,
the GAT people came. Sure. The GAT people came. The clergy came. Our Lord spiritual and temporal. Everybody was there. This guy delayed them for over 5 hours. Did not show up. And when he showed up, him and his cohorts, his acolytes, they came with Ray-Ban dark glasses. They came in with Ray-Ban dark glasses, and he called the assembly to order. No apology to anybody.
That was the day. That's why someone orchestrated it.
We are all angry. Okay. How can you diminish a governor? Why should Asiwaju allow that kind of thing?
No, that's an interest at play here.
Will Akpabio go against Asiwaju?
Perhaps not, but in Lagos State, someone who should, I think he miscalculated. He should have, it was upset. It appears, but he should have, consulted with Asiwaju to see what to do.
No, because they know that Asiwaju indulges Obasa. If they go to him, he will find a way to convince them to leave him alone. And yet you are not correct.
But look at what has played out right now. I mean, his power I don't know if it's diminished his power as a governor, but there goes the big boss. Tinubu recalled him, and now return everything back to the way it was. And there goes the whole governor of Lagos State. It looks somewhat powerless. So
that's
at the
what
end
I
of the day,
mean.
Obasa seems to be the winner.
Chicky, what kind of thing is that? Why you want to? Why? We all agree, fine, but like Larry is postulating, no. In Lagos State, I don't know of the north or anywhere. We are not going to be foolish.
Baba, do you know that where Tinubu is going to have a lot of issues is Southwest? And do you know why I said it's Southwest? Everybody in Southwest, the only person holding everybody in Southwest is just Sanwo-Olu. And particularly, let me give you an example of states in Southwest. The Tinubu boys in Villa, right? They are going to show themselves up in 2026, particularly APC primaries. I've been seeing that it's happening in Ogun State. They are basically waiting for them in Ogun State. Same thing is happening in Oyo. The Teslim Folarin caucus in Oyo are waiting for Tinubu's boys. And every other Southwest state. So if he wants to do the same thing, and I'm telling you, go and write this thing down. Their normal thing, we want to. I think what
Larry, money talks at the end of the day. It don't matter.
No. See, bros.
Money talks at the end of the day.
No,
and
Prince Daddy, let me
plenty of money.
Prince Daddy, let me tell you now. Ogun State, for instance, Ogun State APC has been divided into 3 caucus. Right? The governor is leaving. Benga Daniel is there. Tinubu wants to bring
Amosun is there.
Amosun is there. In Oyo State, there's another different caucus. The predominant APC people, Teslim Folarin and the likes of them, and this Buhari, Abdul Fattah Buhari, the present senator, APC senator there. That's another caucus. The present minister of power left APC during that election, joined another party. Now he's looking for a way to find his way back into APC because Tinubu caucus, all those their boys in Villa, they want to bring in, which they are really going to see a lot of resistance. So at the end of the day, what is going to happen?
At the end of the day, Asiwaju is not Peter. You know that. He has the ability to bring people together and negotiate.
You know what you see, one thing is Tinubu himself. Another thing is those his boys. In most cases, most of the things that happen in all those spaces, it's not really Tinubu pushing the thing, it's the guys. And they infiltrate, almost everywhere because they want to take position. Most of the
Larry, do you know why I don't believe in all this your political theory and hypothesis?
Okay.
Tinubu has always told you that what money cannot do, more money can do. All these politicians that you see that we are siding, that we are permutating on.
Allah, did he really say that?
Yeah, Tinubu said it. Yeah.
Okay.
So what money cannot do, more money we do.
No, he said if you spend it and it's not working, add more money. That's what he said.
Exactly.
And if it's still not working, add more money.
Exactly. So these people that you see that we are terrorizing on, I'm telling you, they have a price tag. So that's why Tinubu can be so audacious.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what I just told Larry.
You know the thing is this. You see, one thing is for you to talk about money. Another thing is for you to talk about power. Particularly when it comes to politicians. The major problem you see, let me tell you about Ogun State, for instance. There's going to be a lot of problem in APC in Ogun State because everybody wants to retain power. Everybody wants to put their people. Take, for instance, now, Oshoba is trying to push his son. His son is currently in House of Reps. He wants to push his son to Senate. The governor has a candidate. And if you look at it very well, the structure of the party belongs to the governor. They have the power. The structure of the party in every state belongs to the governor. Fine.
And this same Oshoba Larry, when did he come back to APC from SDP? It's not more than
I got
4
you some
years
plantain.
ago.
I don't know if you know.
So at the end of the day,
this is right. Okay. Yes.
Baba, Oshoba never left.
No,
Never
Baba,
left APC.
Probably it's Amosun that you're talking. You're saying, Baba. Oshoba has always been with them.
Yeah, you are talking about Amosun, not
okay.
Yeah,
not
Oshoba. Amosun. So at the end of the day, if they want to do their normal thing, and even Yayi in Ogun State is now having problem, because the core Ogun State people are now beginning to say, yeah, they want to come from Lagos and stuff like that. So for me, I think at the end of the day, Tinubu just have to accept the reality that outside Lagos, there's limit to what they can do in terms of APC primary. A lot of people are waiting. And, some of the Tinubu boys are basically, believing that Ganduje can actually manipulate things for them. And if he doesn't handle that thing very well, I am telling you, you start seeing a lot of resistance. So that's why for me, I hope he's able to really manage APC primary. He's able to leave some of these governors. He's not trying to impose, because most of the positions now, I've started hearing, all the boys, they're trying to look at 1 or 2 clicks in Abuja.
But Larry, the funny thing, I don't agree with you actually, because like I've said before, for instance, in Lagos, that when I use the word, we are not going to be foolish. What do I mean by that? In the sense that we are not going to throw out the water and the baby. No. We are not going to do that, because there has been pressure from the Renaissance Patriot group. You understand? It's like, oh, didn't we tell you? You people are just waking up now. So what do they want us to do? What do they do to cut our noses, to spite our faces? That would be foolish. But the people who pay the price, those people, those freeloaders in GAC, those are the people who will first deal with. And I think dealing with that, because it's a project now, we do not want that. So if we can be able to succeed and destroy GAC, I think Ashiwaju will get the message that
Baba,
he has to be careful, tread carefully.
Baba.
But to say abandon what is working, we are not going to change a winning
Baba,
team. No,
you know what I'm
we're
telling
not going
you?
to do that.
No, it's going to, Tinubu will have his way in Lagos. But I'm telling you that it's going to be difficult in all other Southwest states. I am telling you that. Go and write it down. It's going to be difficult in all other Southwest states. A lot of people, look at what is happening in Oyo. There are people that are in APC in Oyo that believe that they stood. What happened in Oyo last election was basically negotiation, right? There were a lot of negotiation with the governor and with Makinde. And at the end of the day, APC, the negotiation, it affected those other guys, right? And those people that left, the Tinubu's group in Oyo State, that left APC, Tinubu compensated them, gave them minister, which is good, right? In 2027, because those people, I can't even say, because as of today, like Adedibu, I cannot say Adedibu is an APC person. Because Adedibu left APC for ADC. Adelabu, rather, left APC for ADC. So I don't know how Ganduje will be able to impose Adelabu on Teslim Folari and the likes. In Ogun State, I don't know how Tinubu will be able to impose.
See, Larry, you see, the only Oyo State, you get my point. The Ibadan factor. Ibadan is a very powerful factor in Oyo State politics. You get my point? I don't think Asiwaju will allow that to damage him. Oshun is there for the take. It will compensate for the loss of Makinde. If ever that will happen. Don't forget, Makinde is going. He will bring his own candidates.
Okay.
How that will pan out, I cannot say. I do not know. You get my point.
You think Asiwaju muzzle his way in Oshun and
if OBJ did it, why can't Asiwaju do it?
Okay, let's wait and see.
So it's Lagos politics you people are talking about.
Yes, Lagos politics I'm talking about. It's Larry that deviated, actually. What I'm saying is we are not going to act foolish. We will still back him. He has us over the barrel. Because like I said here, all Lagos State needed is just another 8 years, 2 election cycle away till 2035 to stabilize solidly with institutions that are working. Even if you bring a dumb ass to rule Lagos State will still
People
try.
are discussing Nigerian politics.
No, Lagos State is the topic presently. And that's principally why I'm here. So the thing is actually...
You guys are discussing a joke, eh?
See, rational mind, it will reach your turn. You don't say, na me come on
Okay,
myself.
Ola, for sake of peace. Ola, wait now. You come last. We know where you stand. I yield. No wahala.
I don't come last though. Baba, I don't come last.
Not be you. I yield, Ola.
So
I
who is
yield.
speaking?
Wait. Rational mind.
I think it's the star.
Now me come out myself for you the other time, so I know when you came, when you arrived. So
the star, then Adewale.
I know the star is the next. Then we follow by Adewale.
But then you hear what you go on saying now. It's after Baba and my turn, Abi.
Irony, kò ní bàjẹ́ o.
Hold on. First time you arrived, now me come out myself and I put you in.
Oh, come on.
I want man say
you hear him that you should have said something now before he left now. He said,
fellow Nigeria, I, Brigadier General Ola Fajuyi, in charge, all protocol duly observed. So, the star, your turn.
Yeah, we are the one to talk now.
Baba. Okay. We have issue with Sanusi that the court is saying is not free to return to the office, to the throne. Then we have issue with this slander. Can I call slander or defamation by one of the arrester that Adewole, President Adewole was trying to address, but I think Rubel Abati tactically protected that girl. I call her girl. I don't know whether she's a woman. So, and Rufai still behaving in the unprofessional way as a journalist. So, and how Rufai just moved to SDP, and why they were saying whether Adewole will still be able to stand against Rufai. So that's the topic. So you just pick whatever you want to speak to.
Yeah, from the point of Adewole, the only area where I think the arrest TV crew may be right is I don't see the Adewole withstanding we standing those guys that will be coming to SDP, every fire of this world. They may want to. His chances seems to be slim, but nevertheless, they can create a crisis that occurred in LP. So at the end of the day, because as it is,
the star just give me a few seconds. A rational mind. Rational mind.
Yes.
Sorry, I want to step away for like 15 minutes. Help me coordinate. I'll be back.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That is for that. But for Adewole, the way he reacted to that lady Ayo today, these compositions, it's like really determined to take them on. And of course you could see, if you see it is all written over Ayo, that lady, that she was quite embarrassed. I just like I wrote in the comment section, those except Dr. Abati, Rufai in particular, there's no media in Nigeria professional making media that values ethics and professionalism. It cannot last in 1 month, especially in a channel series television that their owner is a thoroughbred journalist. But of course, in Arise TV, just like their parent, the sisters company these days, is everything goes, because their chairman, that is what is rely on to blackmailing. If you go and check the record, the antecedents of the chairman, you will see that practically those are the mode of which he maintains his status, and he doesn't even pay. In any case, it's on record that he normally hold their staffs. So if they are not affiliated to all these politicians like LP, where do they expect them to? So, but it's like every average Nigerians, they get them can actually know that Arise TV is a APC, is a Labour Party, and of course, so they were embarrassed today. That is that. Then the analysis concerning Southwest, Ogun State in particular, I want to disagree. This man, Senator Yayi, I don't see any way by which he will not become the next governor of Ogun State, because he has the backing of Tinubu, apart from the fact that he is the most popular among all the contenders for now. And you remember, forget about factors of incumbent governor. That's Prince Dapo Abiodun. You know, Tinubu is somebody that he doesn't forgive. When you offend him, it can take him some years for him to get back at you, and that is what play out between him and El-Rufai. By the time the El-Rufai was doing all what he was doing, he was watching him, and he waited there was an account that he wrote a letter to Buhari, and he belittled the contribution of Tinubu, and he actually told Buhari that there's nothing Ashwaju can do. That was why they cut out Ashwaju in that their regime. But look at the way Tinubu waited for him. If you remember, the last time I spoke concerning the promise, the failure of El-Rufai to get to get through the screening of ministerial screening. I said from the onset, Tinubu knew that El-Rufai is not to be trusted. He was not committed to his presidential ambitions, and when Tinubu went there, when Rotimi Amechi came, he quickly diverted to the Rotimi Amechi. It was at the last minute when he now knew that everything pointed to Tinubu. That was where he supported Tinubu at the last minute. And if you could observe, Tinubu did not promise anybody a ministerial appointment to work with him in his government, except El-Rufai. So he purposely used that as a bite to get a strong commitment from him. And look at the way he discarded it. Back to the Ogun State. That is the same thing. After these dispensations, because Dapo Abiodun, just like other former governors, we want to become go to the Senate, and that is where we have problem. And I can bet it, he cannot get that ticket. Secondly, during the presidential period to presidential APC primary, you could see, we could remember the role Dapo Abiodun played in support of pushing the stand with Vice President Oshibajo, and that was what pained Tinubu most. That was where he cried the elegy of Ogun State, because if you remember, in 2015, Dapo Abiodun Lekki election, just like what is going to happen in 2027. The city governor, which was Amosu then, it decamped to another party, and because they didn't want Dapo Abiodun, and both the president Buhari was in support, was backing Amosu candidates then. In fact, but with all the parastatals, security, whatever, Tinubu still deliver ensures that Dapo Abiodun won that election, won that primary and the election proper. And if you can recollect, they even pestered Tinubu that day, pure water, even including. But at the end of the day, so in 2027, when power is all the military department, everything is in the hand of will be in the hand of it's not in the hand of Tinubu. What is going to happen when it happens? The way they play politics now, all the loyalists of all the party loyalists now, because they knew that that Abiodun is going, all of them now will be paying their allegiance to the where power is going, which is the Yayi block. So by 2027, it is going to be, you will see that they will cut, just like they remove they cut Vice President Osinbajo, who is also from the same zone, if not the same town with Dr. Abiodun. So the way they caught him to slices now, and that is what they're going to do to Dr. Abiodun in 2027. So go and mark it down. Yayi is going to be the next governor of that place. So what else again do you want me to speak on? Hello?
Ola, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ola, are you there? I don't know all the old topics that one man asked for today. Baba, do you know any of the other topics?
Yeah, we have the Arise TV one. We have the Lagos State. Yeah, we have the Lagos State one, and we had what's that again? Oh God, I forgot.
El-Rufai in SDP with chances of Adewole has spoken about that too.
Yeah, they're talking about that. Yeah. Yeah. So Ola, you see, well, I don't know if you don't have if there is other topic, maybe we'll move on to some other person.
That's the Niger oil. They came to beg for some trailers, tanks from Niger.
Niger oil.
The Niger oil we gave to them.
Oh, okay. I didn't follow that.
They have problem with oil shortage. That's PMS and diesel.
You mean
so they
Niger?
came to Niger. Yeah, they came to beg. Now they did Shakara before. They came to beg, and we gave them some trailer load. That means our border is really tight this time. No smuggling, so they were like on their knees.
Hey,
and
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Niger is like Canada to the U.S. They can't stand alone.
Come on, dude. Come on. You like me this your now America. You see, let me tell you this guy. Let me tell
Prince Daddy, you raise this.
Whenever we're talking about Nigerian politics, don't talk. You should not be talking. I mean, this is not American politics. I mean, when this guy was doing analysis a while ago, Larry, he started interjecting him. Let him talk. If we're talking about Nigerian politics, you don't have to talk. This is not Trump. We're not talking about Trump here. All right? We're talking about Nigerian politics, so you don't have to talk.
But when I said actually, Ola actually seconded actually, so it's not like I knew what I was talking about.
Did we discuss okay, Natasha today?
Let me just give my own 2 cents on what are you done talking? Our friend.
I want to know what
Natasha is in state. Natasha is in state news. Natasha's news is state news. She's gone forever. Gone with the wind. Gone with the wind.
Ola, bring a war piece in. He's at the back.
I give the.
But you don't say people they go back now. You get the access now. You get access to bring them in now. Oh, you see the type. Okay, in the type. All right. And they want to say if you get access to see people they for behind with the other room, bring them in if you can bring them in. But since you know people, maybe they see that they type.
That should be violation. Not that I cannot, but that should be violation.
Violation as well. I'm going to give you access to that now. So. Give me access.
Unless he gives me access, but if he
Oh, okay.
doesn't, I do that. That's violation.
All right. So I think I hear an enigmatic there. Let me because I hear that time. So enigmatic, what's your take on the topic today? Because I wanted to talk, but I don't go pick up because I'm the moderator. Enigmatic, are you there?
Oh, you are the moderator, Abi?
Yeah.
Okay. I beg, if you have if you have ways to talk to the guy from your part of our state, Aiyedatiwa, go and talk to that guy. That one is that guy is so confused. He doesn't even know his left from his hand.
I've
From his
written that
right.
guy up. I've written I've written him I mean, I don't know. It's you see, on those states, right? Just like on those, like those states, they've been having this problem with good governors. I mean, governors that knows what they are doing. You see, I just don't want to see. I don't want to get started with Tinubu right now because my point is, yeah.
Okay. Let me continue.
Just talk. Yeah.
You have already raising your voice already.
I'll connect him to Tinubu. Yeah.
Well, let me first of all,
Respect yourself. Don't go to
Aiyedatiwa is not even connected to to anybody in Aso Rock. It's just it was a concessional arrangement that the southern part of Ondo State, particularly the that Aiyedatiwa side, they should the last time they had a governor was Olusegun Agagu, and I think he did just only one term. And then the guy who they were Afolabi Yonton, the deputy governor, too, died shortly after that. So it was just very easy for Ondo State to say, okay, let the South have it now after them. But the good thing about this guy is that his damage will be minimal, at least a little bit. He won't be able to go for the full hog of the 8 years. It's just going to be 4 years and he'll be gone because he started bad. He can't go beyond just only one term. So that's, but we know that even it's like the two hands that were dealt on those state with the two hands were just not upper hands at all. They were the lower hands. The PDP candidate Adewole Adebayo, that guy too was he was nothing to write home about. The APC guy Aiyedatiwa Baf. So all things being equal, Aiyedatiwa wouldn't have been the candidate, but we can't question God. Providence brought him there, and I think it's in his kadara, if I have to say that is meant to be a governor, because what's his name? Aketi died untimely. Even Aketi's 8 years was almost a complete catastrophe. It was a failure, except the Amotekun that he was able to galvanize the entire Southwest. The last time Ondo State actually had a semblance of a good governance was during Mimiko. So from Mimiko to this one, we know the next 4 years is going to be a complete failure for the next 4 years. So by the time comes back, we are expecting that it comes back to a region where we will have maybe BTO. We are expecting that BTO will be able to, all things being equal, politics is dynamic. Tomorrow things can change. If BTO is still strong as it is now, and if it's still within the political hierarchy and the power brokers within the state, and at national level, if he's still having if it's still in the good books of the power brokers at the top, BTO will be able to do a good job. So that's by the side, and on the part of APC in the Southwest. First of all, we were not here when I came, maybe later, out during the week. 2027 election, anybody that you are seeing now, they are just auditioning for 2031, particularly from the North. And I posed a lot of posters yesterday, right? Particularly for obedience, but most of them have diverted completely away from the question, and they couldn't land what they were just speaking to another thing instead of that. But I don't want to go back to it again. And speaking briefly on Prince Adewole, I think Prince Adewole got the signal that his initial response to El Rufai's movement to to SDP was a low ball for him. So he was trying to, I believe he knows now that, yes, El-Rufai is in your party, but it was too flowery, the way he welcomed him. And I think he got the message that people didn't really like the way he was almost rolling on the floor for El-Rufai. And I think he was trying to get more serious and be conservative with his words. And then, of course, he was able to challenge those Arise TV folks. We all know that Ese, she's an obedient. Rufai is an obedient. So the only one who sits 50-50 on the fence most of the time is Dr. Abati. So the two of them, they couldn't hide it, and everybody knows. He even called them out there that you guys are obedient and everything, but keep that opinion to yourself and be journalists at once. And everybody knew what the man said after the election. They all ran for the
Please,
election.
rational mind. Enigmatic. Just let me make this correction.
Okay.
The star, Larry Oshoba, was in SDP in 2016. Fact check me. I was right.
No, Baba.
Look,
no.
wait.
No,
Let me read it for you here.
Oshoba was in Baba. Wait. Oshoba was in AD.
Sorry, Enigmatic Mabino.
Oshoba was in SDP now.
He was now.
Go and fact check and come back.
Oshoba was in SDP. That was those days. Oshoba has never been in SDP from 20. We started this democracy when?
This is 2016 I'm talking about. 2016.
Baba. 1999.
No, okay, let me read Punch for you. Punch of 2nd May 2016.
Okay.
Headline: I supported APC when Dad was in SDP. Shegun Oshoba's daughter.
That's
I can
what
read
I'm
the body
saying now.
for you.
Oshoba was in SDP those days. SDP and
which one? What do you mean by those days? In 2016?
No, not 2016. That was during Abiola period. That was when he was in.
No, that was 93. He was governor for 1 year.
Baba, wait. Let me give you facts about Oshoba. Oshoba was formerly in AD when he was governor in Ogun State. Oshoba left AD to AC. From AC to ACN. From ACN to APC. Oshoba, from 1999 till date, Oshoba has always been within that Tinubu's folks, from AD to AC, from AC to ACN, from ACN to APC. But Oshoba was in SDP during those days of SDP and NRC. That was when he became governor under SDP.
Okay.
Carry on so that I will come back there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but don't let us even argue over that, sir, because I know he himself and Tinubu were the one that back that Abiodun first tenure against a sitting governor Amosu Day.
Okay. Now speaking, let me even start from Ogun State. At least I don't want to speak more about this Lagos thing. I think Baba had done. Baba was laughing throughout when we were talking about Lagos politics. We already know that Lagos is Ogun. Ogun is Lagos. So Eko ni baje, let's leave it like that. So what Tinubu is doing that people that I think and some people may not know. He immediately stepped out of Lagos, right? He's been trying to win them off his back. That you guys want to be politicians, you are politicians, right? I've provided the platform for you, but I cannot continue to carry you like babies. Even Sheyi Tinubu, that was born yesterday, is already asserting himself in Nigeria's political landscape. You guys are still doing Tinubu. Tinubu was able to leave Lagos, out of Lagos, just once, and you guys lost Lagos State, almost collapsed the Lagos State. You cannot hold anything, and all of you want to hold on to power. You want to be GAC, you want to be governor, you want to be this. Show your power, show your working. So, and if you too, Sanwo-Olu want to, why Obasa was actually mad? You did not actually address that, Baba. Why the problem with Sanwo-Olu and Obasa started when when Obasa believed that they had a meeting and they said, now that we've won the election, immediately after the presidential election, they had to recalibrate. Everybody had to come back to the table. They went to the gubernatorial election and they did their business as it should. But do you know that, Baba, in Sanwo-Olu's cabinet, in Sanwo-Olu's cabinet, you guys were cabinet members, commissioners, SSAs, and all of that. They all traveled out of Lagos. They came to their bases in Canada, in US, in UK, while some people were in Lagos running election. And immediately after they won the election, they came back try to scheme for appointments. So that was where the problem started.
They rejected all those people.
So they say you cannot continue to do this armchair politics. You call yourself technocrats, you live, okay, it's not like me now. I live abroad, right? And then I'm a commissioner in Ondo State, right? We know we are going to a general election. I left Ondo State coming back to the US. After the election, I went back to go and get my second term cabinet appointment. They said, no, you cannot do that. If you were not there when we were everybody the rough arm for grant when it was tough, then it means you let somebody who was on ground do it. And that was the reason that we lost all this ground, because your local government, you were not there. Your ward, you were not there. And they said, go and bring your results from the ward. You couldn't bring nothing. So if you were not part of it, you won't be part of the appointment. That was where the problem started, right? And eventually, when they forwarded the name of the commissioners to the House of Assembly, Baba, go back and look at the list. The list was full of a lot of people that were not supposed to be on the list. And they say, okay, now look at the people that you are even bringing on board this time around, right? We want some certain Lagosians on this list. Technocrats or no technocrats, technocrats will not win election. Where we need them, we appoint them where we need them. But where we need them to be commissioners, where they will go back to their local governments and galvanize votes. Every election is local. Every politics is local. These people are not playing that local politics. So that was the cross of the matter, and then Obasa played right to the consciousness of the local Lagosians. That Sanwo-Olu, if you trace Sanwo-Olu, is from Ogun State. Ambode from Ondo State, right? Tinubu, of course, we know is history and everything like that. And they said now that even the cabinet members, why would you be trying to do this while they are even not working for the party? So that was the beginning of the problem. They settled it and everything was fine until this thing that happened. And then now
and Sanwo-Olu paid him.
So Sanwo-Olu did what?
He paid him now.
But he never.
Now, found commissioner. Eventually, he rejected. The House rejected.
He rejected.
But they reluctantly passed all the rest because something passed under the table.
Of course, which is politics. We have to negotiate around everything. But that was the cross of the matter. So what is happening now is that they are trying to reorganize the entire thing. That without Tinubu's hand in Lagos, you guys should be able to run elections. You guys should be able to function. I cannot continue to carry you guys on my back, and that is what is happening at the national level too. So the CPC faction that Larry is talking about, CPC faction has gone out of APC for a long time. If you don't know, right, the CPC faction were the faction that actually sabotaged APC in Edo State. They were the faction that ousted Oshomole. They were the faction that worked against APC in Ondo State. Ondo State candidate against Aketi was Olusegun Abrahams. They worked so the faction has always, when Buhari came to power, the very first day, the faction has been asserting itself. The note that they wrote to OBJ, to Buhari to declare, I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody. It was a message, right, to the ACN faction of the party. And that was how it started. Do you know that the entire list, they have the cherry formula, right? Tinubu was supposed to have 15 cabinet members. They provided the list. It was only one that was appointed. That one, it was because it was quite inevitable. Only Fashola. Fayemi was not supposed to be on the list. Adegbeshola was not supposed to be on the list. All the people that you saw from
even Ambode was practically living in Abuja, waiting to be called upon.
Ambode was supposed to be on the list that time, right? Edu was supposed to be on the list. This CBN governor now, what's his name? He was supposed to be on the list. Cardoso was supposed to be on the list. So the entire APC and CPC, they've been having problems from day one, and they were the fulcrum of the cabal that eventually played the long game for Tinubu during the election, and people saw what they did. Do you know that after 6 months of Buhari's administration, they withdrew Tinubu's authorization to Aso Rock? The last time Tinubu went to Aso Rock, he flew in directly from Lagos. He waited for 5 good hours. They didn't let him see Buhari. From there, he flew back to Lagos. He didn't stay back in ABJ because at that point he felt his life was in danger. So, and that was the last time he saw Buhari or the entire or anything Buhari's Aso Rock, until when it was very clear that they needed Southwest for Buhari's 2019 re-election, when they had to find a way around Tinubu again. And at that point, Baba Oshoba and Baba Konde, all of them told Tinubu, we are not going to work for this man. This is what they've been doing. He said no. Eventually, they were able to work for him for the second term to have the Southwest. So CPC, they've been cutting off every sector of the every part of the entire APC from day one. But the only reason why Tinubu's part of the APC succeeded eventually was because Tinubu is patient with power and he plays the long game. For 16 good years, Tinubu was not holding any power now. He was shut out completely under Buhari. He didn't have any appointment. Baba, you know this. Tinubu did not have a single appointment. Tinubu did not have a single contract. Tinubu did not have anything at all under Buhari, but he didn't show it. And that was the reason that a lot of people are saying, you El-Rufai, that you are just out of power for less than 2 years. You are crying all over the place. Tinubu, they rejected all his stuff. At the point, Tinubu did not even bother again to say, okay, I'm sending any nomination. He kept quiet.
And the next election, they went begging him.
They went begging him. At the national level, they took the. Do you know that their last neck before they pushed Oshomole out, when they told Tinubu that in the constitution of the party there's nothing like national leader, so you will not be able to have entrance or access to.
You forgot what they did with him with Aketi Ondo State when the chairman, that Doman chairman, what's his name now? The chairman of who?
Aketi worked for Oshibanjo. They didn't work for Tinubu, right? So the eclipse of that,
they disgraced him practically.
Tinubu was disgraced throughout, but the reason why people didn't see it, and anything that comes to Buhari's regime, they always visit it on Tinubu, and that was why a lot of people were mad. NSAS, it was Tinubu, Buhari that was the president, right? They were abdicating Buhari, but it was Tinubu that was taking all the pellets. Every bad thing, Tinubu will be receiving the bad ends of that. But he was quiet. He was just walking his own way. And then they waited eventually that this guy, at the election, they played their hand during the primaries. They played their hands after the primaries. They played their hands almost all through the period. So, and they supported the sponsored candidate within APC. They supported the entire CPC. Larry, you are hearing it today now. The entire CPC in the north, they voted against Tinubu in the entire north. That was the reason you will see Yobe State that APC has never lost any election in Yobe State from 1999. They lost everything. They lost Tinubu, but they won the governor. They won all the House of Rep. They won all the Senate. They won all the House of Assembly. It happened in Yobe. It happened in almost 9 states in the entire north because they were dividing their votes between Atiku, right, to Atiku. So the CPC has never been part of APC, particularly Tinubu faction. And that was the reason that what happened 2 days ago, if you are not following it, when El-Rufai was trying to use Buhari's name, right, Buhari's name to curry some favor, Buhari came back maybe 2 hours later or 5 hours later, right?
Very unusual, immediate.
Immediately to issue a disclaimer. And at that point, the descendant of Buhari, the first time in the history of the Buharists, the quote and unquote Buharists, the CPC guys, right? They descended heavily on Buhari. They told Buhari heavily that we owe you nothing, you owe us nothing. We've done what we can do for you, but at this time we have divided, and then we can go your way, you can go our way. Because Buhari, right, says he's going to work for Tinubu's second term, he has relocated from Katsina State because they've held down Katsina. That Katsina, is back to APC. Imagine Katsina lost. I mean, APC lost Katsina to Tinubu to opposition. Kebbi State, they lost Katsina. All these Malami that you are seeing that are moving around now, Fayemi that are moving around, they were part of the CPC structure that ab initio never wanted Tinubu. So if they are moving away now, right, it's just like completing the entire phase of their treacherous thing, that there's no hand, and Tinubu is remodeling the APC at national level now. That's why you see Ganduje is the chairman, and I think very soon they will change that. They will change Ganduje. I think they want to bring somebody from the North Central.
Elignati, sorry, just want to tell Rational Mind I'm back. So if you want to contribute Rational Mind, thank you very much for holding on. Then you can speak after Enigmatic, or you can interject and take your turn too. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So Tinubu is trying to ensure that the party is back fully, and that's why you are seeing even in Southeast, right, that even they never needed Southeast. APC will never do anything right in Southeast. Let them have everything in Southeast. They will never vote for them. But they are trying to even carry the Southeast APC along now through some proxy governors. Like this election that is coming up in Anambra State, APC will actually have a candidate. That Ozigbo that went to APC is just going there to negotiate for some appointments. It's not going there to win any election or to cause some trouble. APC will have a candidate. If Ifeanyi Ubah had been alive, it could have been different. But APC will have a candidate, quote and unquote, like they had a candidate in Oyo State, right? So they will have a candidate in Anambra State. They will not really put energy, no money. They will just have a candidate by formality. They will, Soludo will win the election second term, and they will negotiate with Soludo to find a way maybe to move to APC. And if he does not move to APC, it will be friendly to APC, so that 2027 things will work out easily. If it is maybe 2% higher than what they got the last time, it's still something. And that is why you see Soludo's men were actually this Southeast Development Commission. Go and look at the guy that is the MD, that young guy, Okoye. Okoye is Soludo's boy, and some other guy that are in the cabinet in DG of wherever. They are Soludo's men, because Soludo does not have any issues with APC, does not have any issue with Tinubu. Why would they have issue with him? They will give him a free ride to have his second term, and they can protect their interests when they need him. So in Oyo State, Larry, let Teslim for Larry come back 10 times to contest for governor in Oyo State. He will never win it. If he muzzled his way against all lords, go and look at how he got the ticket last time. So he muzzled his way, and Tinubu said, let him have his way. He will get the ticket, but let's see how we use the ticket to get anything. He will let him muzzle his way 10 more times, right? He will never be governor in Oyo State because he's not part of the APC family. He was a PDP guy, and there's this unspoken policy, particularly within the APC Southwest family. If you come from an opposition party, particularly from APC, right, they cannot give you ticket like that to be governor. It's not going to It's not going to happen. So Oyo State, it is 50-50. Their Makinde is Tinubu's guy man, in and out. So they are trying to negotiate with Makinde. Of course, you are still the governor. We respect you. We know you have a plan for your own successor. 50-50. Let's see if it will work out for your successor. But our own too, we have guys that we are trying to project, right? And Adelabu is not the prime project of APC in Oyo State, right? The guy who is in the FRS, Zacchaeus.
Zacchaeus is not going.
Hold on. Zacchaeus is there. The Honorable Alabi, right? Is one of Akin Alabi. Is one of those guys. Adelabu is one of those guys that are really jostling under APC, and they are all very prominent in APC now. So nobody will say Tinubu is supposed. Tinubu is playing a game now, particularly at the sub-national. He's telling them, go and do your homework. Go and play your game. Go and play the local politics. I will not lift a finger That was the reason when Edo State they were having issues. He told them, you Oshomole, you are the leader of Edo State APC. Go back home. Whatever you guys arrive at, come back to APC. I will raise the person's hand. Tinubu is not dabbling into state politics. Now, that's why you see most of them are struggling. In Ogun State, right? To be fair with you, Daystar, it's not sure for this guy, Senator Yayi. You dey hear me, ba? Senator Yayi, it's not sure for him. They've given him the ultimatum. Go and work with Dapo Abiodun. He's the governor, right? At the appropriate time, they will step in if there are crises or if they are seeing some crisis. Of course, there will be crises because Dapo Abiodun is the executive governor. He wants to hand over to his own guy, which is normal for any governor in Nigeria, right? He's not going to be the first person. Yayi is a larger than life senator. So there is no possibility that a governor that is
Yayi and Dapo Abiodun, they are the same now. I mean, Dapo Abiodun is working. I mean,
now for you, rational mind.
Dapo
Abiodun is too big. Yayi is too big, right?
They were the same before.
No, they were the same before until now, which is normal.
No,
because Dapo Abiodun was his successor.
So what happened? So it's no longer Dapo Abiodun's man anymore.
They are still man now. They are still man. They are still man Friday. Hold on, Baba. They are still man Friday, but we are talking governor who wants his own successor. Okay, look at you now. You want a successor. Who you will
enigmatic.
say?
Enigmatic. Do you know the game Dapo is playing?
What game?
Dapo is pushing someone from Egba. And the division now, and Yewa is trying to beg Egba. So what Dapo is trying to do is to push someone out from Egba. And he's promising Egba that he will ensure that power goes back to Egba. So that's why for me, it's a little bit, it's
Larry,
not straight.
Larry, whatever game.
I don't understand you.
Hold on, whatever game Dapo Abiodun is playing. This is why I say Dapo Abiodun is the tendencies of incumbent governors in Nigeria.
You know the problem. Okay? All the leaders in Ogun State are selfish.
No,
right?
I don't want to believe that. All the leaders, political leaders in Nigeria, they are all selfish.
No.
Is Wike not selfish?
Why I said that? Now, Oshoba, he has his own caucus in Ogun State. And what Oshoba is trying to push, there is a lot of resistance.
What is he trying to push?
He's trying to push his boy, Olumide.
Forget that Olumide guy. Even to win House of Rep, they had to make concession. Forget that.
So you understand? So
APC, look, Larry, hold on a second. Just a second. APC. Let me tell you how APC is working now. APC, they are leaving the state. You guys figure yourself out. Okay, bring a gubernatorial candidate. If there are no issues, they will take. Okay, this is our gubernatorial candidate in this state. We raise the hands up. But when they see issues, they will send in their people, right? They will fix it. They will agree, give and take, compromise before they bring that person to the national stage to say this is a candidate. Before it gets to that level, they must play their local politics. Now, let me explain the local dynamic politics that is going on in Ogun State for you. Dapo Abiodun, as the executive governor, he has the right, just like every other governor, except in Lagos State, that we know that the executive governor will not have the right to say this is my successor. Okay, and Sokoto State, Wamako. So in Lagos, in Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun is playing his own card. Maybe he's playing the Egba card or he's playing the Yewa card. Okay, the card still remains that I want my own man that I'm going to hand over to, whatever the card is. Is still going to be an Ogun man. One, Yayi is playing his own card to be a governor. Does he have the right to be a governor? Yes. On a normal, on a good day, what I would have expected that every other region in Ogun State should collapse their structure, should collapse their compromise and everything for Yewa people to be the governor. That would have made Yayi, right? the priority person from Yewa, whoever wants to contest with him, they will leave them together to go and contest, just like we did in Ondo State. But the Ogun State are not taking that. They are saying, okay, you must fight it. So now the governor is fighting for his own man. Dapo Abiodun must fight. I mean, Yayi must fight for himself. Lado on his own side too. Do you know Lado too has his own ambition under PDP? He's still going to fight. At the end of the day, I'm not going to talk about Lado because Lado is PDP. I'm talking about APC now. Within the APC family, one thing will happen at the end of the day, which is a fact. They will have a candidate. Whoever the candidate is at the end of the day, right? That candidate will be accepted at the national level. They will collapse structure for that candidate. They will work for that candidate. If Dapo Abiodun play the game right, if he's able to have his candidate on the ballot, good for him. If eventually he sees reason for compromise, and then they speak to him and say, okay, Dapo Abiodun will make you minister from Ogun State. Bring the list of your boys in the next cabinet at the federal level. DG of this, DG of that, DG of this. We'll do that. If they're able to reach that agreement, okay, then you, Yayi, they will collapse the structure for you. You'll be the next governor. This is the game plan. So at that level, they will get to that level. But for now, they are leaving everybody. Go and be your own man. Go and fight it out. Nobody's going to hand anything for you guys again. You must suffer to get that ticket so that you will know the value of the ticket you have. Not like Fubara, that does not even know parliamentarian structure, how to communicate with the legislature, how to do certain things, and he was a civil servant for many years. It's not going to happen. So sophisticated politics is going to play out in Ogun State. So Southwest, let me explain Southwest to you now. The APC Southwest. Ondo State is 100% APC. One Shibu Difun Tinubu. The same thing Ekiti State. Okay? Oyo State is tricky. It's tricky in the sense that they have to respect the governor that works for them, the governor that is Asiwaju's boy. Of course, he wants to have his own successor. They will have to have a compromise. But the angle of Teslim Folarin, Mutun Tuso, 10 times over, Teslim Folarin will not be governor in Oyo State because it's not a core member, it's not a core part, it's not a core, they do not regard him as part of the core APC family. That is his albatross now that you are not understanding. Even the Minister of Energy, the Minister of Adelabu's problem is that they believe he's too cocky. Okay? They believe he's too cocky, and he has a tendency to become the governor that will not carry everybody along. That is his problem now. But at the end of the day, APC is going to field the candidate in Oyo State, and if there is a possibility that they will have to reach a compromise with Seyi Makinde's PDP, then Seyi Makinde will basically they will float a candidate just like they did in Ekiti then, right? Eleka, they floated Eleka in PDP just to feel that they have a candidate on the ballot, and APC candidate will just have an easy ride, and then they will appoint Seyi Makinde's boys, and Seyi Makinde will have some leeway. That's what we're going to play out in Oyo State.
I don't think that is what will happen in Oyo. Worst case that will happen in Oyo is what happened in 2023.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's a part of the compromise.
Which means the compromise will probably be the National Assembly goes to APC, the state goes to Seyi.
Let me tell you one thing. In Oyo State, I want to say it now categorically, it's 50-50 for APC. Provided, the only reason Seyi Makinde na Tinubu guy, and is even going to play a joker at the national level, at the presidential level. So the Oyo State, the only state that Tinubu will probably not have a leeway so far with a very big question mark is going to be Osun State. So at the presidential level, Tinubu will be very sound in the entire Southwest. But at the gubernatorial stage, they will throw governor under the bus to have compromise. They will say, okay, Seyi Makinde, take the governor. Let us share the senators. Let us share the House of Rep. Let's share the House of Assembly. Okay? And then at the gubernatorial and the presidential level, we deliver VAF of Ashwaju, rinse and repeat like we did the last time. But in Osun State, right, there's a possibility that this guy will cave eventually, which is he has already caved anyway. Ade Dancer, okay, because he overplayed his hand. And but one good thing about Ade Dancer is that he had a very sound attorney general who does not dance to his whims and caprices, because he signed an undertaking. If you make me an attorney general, actually it was his brother, older brother, Davido's father, that said, please work with my brother. You know he's not educated like that, and I want you to guide him right. I signed an undertaking. I will work independently, and I will advise you. The day you do not take my advice as attorney general, I walk out. So that was the reason that you saw that that election that they did maybe 3 weeks ago, eventually he came back again to announce that those local government chairmen should not resume at the local government premises. That the case, they are going to negotiate. And that was the reason you saw they are trying to have a back channel negotiation with APC and Baba Conde, because he knew he had his hands burnt already. And he's been trying to move to APC, but they are blocking him because APC want to have their own candidate. They see that they have a shot to take the power from him, particularly if they are able to field somebody maybe from the east side, and then particularly the Suraju now from the central, and then they are able to work things out. They are not trying to feature Oyetola, but Oyetola is trying to put his head. So that Osho side, at the end of the day, they will probably have to say, okay, Ade Dancer, go for your second term. Then we at the presidential level, you work for us. You just say Atiku, because we know Atiku now your man. Saraki now your man. You work for whoever, any one of them come to. I mean, you work for any one of them. But this time around, we will give you the gubernatorial. You win your second term, but this is your game. So that is probably what will happen in Osun State. So that is Southwest. So the facade that CPC is moving out from APC. CPC, they've moved out from APC from 2015. From 2015. So it's just that you are not tracking what has been happening. Do you know there was a time that Tinubu left Nigeria almost 6 months? Immediately after that, when they had their meeting in New York, by Abiy Ahmed, all of them, he warned all of them, any position that all of you has, hold it tight. Go back to your local government, hold yourself tight. These 4 years of Buhari that I've seen, nothing is sure for us. Whatever you have, hold it tight, then we will proceed. No fight, don't have any issues with anybody, just work with the entire party for the long game. So that is what happened between the CPC. So, and that was the reason that you saw Okorosha too. They were having problem at a point, right? Including even what is his name, Ogbonna Yaonu, at a point, because they stifled those guys. So it's a very big game that they started ab initio, and this El Rufai started orchestrating that, and that's why you saw that Nuhu Ribadu shut him out. They never let him come within them because they know he's disruptive. Imagine that Tinubu had to be dealing with Nuhu Ribadu, Shetima, and El Rufai under the same cabinet now. So it's better he goes his way, and we know Malami now. So the entire Kaaba, right? The entire Kaaba were the CPC faction of APC, and now Buhari says CPC is gone. This is APC. They were magnanimous enough to give me to make me president twice. So why would you be using my name to say you are? I know, and they made that disclaimer with immediate effect. And look at what they told Buhari eventually. So that is the game plan. So the game plan at the national level, how Tinubu will orchestrate his game in the South. We know South will align with Tinubu because they want to be VP and they want to retain their Senate presidency in 2027, and they want to have the cabinet juicy position that they have. When you look at the apart from Southwest now, the next region that had the most juicy appointment, they are the South. Wike is a de facto governor in FCT. The Minister of Petroleum, junior minister, is South. The Minister of Gas and Natural Resources, South. The Minister of NDDC used to be a unilateral department, but now it's an entire combination now from Edo State, right? So the coordinating.
Sorry, enigmatic. Sorry, if you land, could you touch on El Rufai going to SDP and Prince Adewale's future with the SDP?
Well, I think okay. Let me just conclude quickly. So the game that is going to play out now, right, is that South will maintain the trajectory now because they have the presidency. They have good good appointments and cabinet members in our cabinet portfolio. They are doing very well. So all they need to do is consolidate, ensure that they retain the South-South president, Senate presidency in the South-South by 2027. They will consolidate. They will make more votes, right? They will even Tinubu will even win some more states, so that it may not be Akpabio, it may be Oshomole now that is going to be the Senate president from South-South. And then when they eventually have a cabinet in 2027, they will be preparing for their 2031 VP, because at that point it's going to be just only 2 regions from the south that will be jostling for the VP. Southwest will not be in contention for VP, of course. It's going to be South-South versus Southeast, and you can already guess the result. South-South have been playing their own game since 2023. They delivered Ashwaju. They have cabinet positions. They are Senate president, right? What is Southeast still doing now? They are still focusing on Obi, who is distracting them. So Obi will take their vote again to the north, and then they will say Tinubu did not give them appointment, or South-South did not play with them. And North Central is trying to realign back now to say we are having a dichotomy in Northwest, one side, the El-Rufai, the Atiku, and all of them. Then the middle belt, who are trying to carve themselves out, the Christian North, right? That Tinubu is focusing on now, particularly from what they are doing with the Christian part of the North. Today, he just met some individuals from that place. And then the the Northeast and the Northwest, they will duke it out from that place. So it will be home and dry. And we are not having a coordinated opposition. We are not having coordinated opposition. Everybody wants to be on top of the ballot. Nobody wants to step down for anybody. Atiku is not trying to subsume his ambition. Neither does Obi want to do. Or Kwakwanso, El-Rufai is all over the place against a coordinated incumbent. So on the part of Adewole and El-Rufai, right? Adewole made a mistake last week, and I think he corrected himself almost immediately, because I think he saw the signal. But what we pan out with El-Rufai, like I've said earlier, is that El-Rufai's major goal in 2027, number one, to fight his battle in Kaduna State. He wants to ensure that he takes the state back from Ubasani. I wish him luck with that, because Ubasani is playing the real politics that El-Rufai failed to play. Ubasani is making alliances and bringing people back to the likes of Suleiman Hunkuyi, Shehu, Sonny, and all the senators, all those guys that this guy chased away, bringing them back. Buhari is back to his former base in Kaduna to solidify APC in Kaduna State. El-Rufai has moved to SDP with no cabinet members, with no nobody moved with El-Rufai to SDP. Now, as we speak, the governor did not move with him. No senator moved with him. All the Buhari's, all the El-Rufai's guy in Tinubu's cabinet, including the Datijo, who is the deputy governor in Central Bank, none of them moved with El-Rufai, because that move that El-Rufai made to SDP is people, you may like it or not, that's a blunder. But he had no choice, because he had to move. And he thought that when he moves, people will move with him. It's like they just put him under the free and push the free. That's what they did. So how Adewole will survive, the onslaught, I don't know. El-Rufai is treachery, and it's treacherous, and it's slippery, and it's a snake. And SDP is going to be a northern platform. Adewole will not survive it. Let's be honest with ourselves. He does not have. It's a body. He plays this type of body politics. He cannot duke it out the kind of politics that El-Rufai will play, or whoever is coming will play, right? And you could see that already he's getting agitated. It was part of that agitation that he took to Arise TV today. He wanted to assert himself, to let people know that I can wrestle this with the likes of El-Rufai. Let's see how it works, because El-Rufai is there for a purpose. What he's trying to do is that he doesn't want El-Rufai and his team to come and usurp the party from them and take the power from them, like the Obedient did in Labour Party. When they got to Labour Party, they wanted to chase everybody, the Legacy Party people out, just to take all over the place. They are trying to forestall that from day one in SDP. Let's see how it lasts. But for you to get APC out of power, for you to get Tinubu out of power, Tinubu, quote and unquote, out of power, you must have a very sound, coordinated, intentional opposition who Atiku will look at himself and say, I'm going to step down for Peter Obi. Kwakwanso will say, I'll step down for Peter Obi, right? Or I will step down for Oshibajo, for a southern candidate to match Tinubu money for money, power for power, and we will put all our energy behind this guy. Those that they did to Buhari then. Have you guys forgotten so far that when they collapsed APC structure to chase PDP out of power after 16 years, Tinubu had to suppress his ambition. Ogbunaya Onu, Okorosha, who was young then, Okorosha, right? Even Atiku, they all queued behind Buhari and they came with bullion vans of money. Amechi dropped 17 billion naira the day he moved to APC with his faction from Rivers State. Atiku came, Dino Melaye moved, Saraki moved, Tinubu moved. All of them, they collapsed everything behind Buhari. It was a juggernaut. It was a moving train. Nobody can withstand it. Even an incumbent party like PDP for 16 years, they couldn't withstand it. Do you see these people creating such a moving train of opposition? Tinubu that is already working towards 2031 that El-Rufai can see already. El-Rufai sees that Tinubu is already. I told you guys, 2027 is done and dusted. And El-Rufai sees that Tinubu is already working towards who is going to be the candidate from the north. And that's why he's having problem now with Nuhu Ribadu. Because in El-Rufai's mind, Nuhu Ribadu is the presumptive candidate from the north in 2031. And if you can read Tinubu's game so far, so good. Tinubu is trying to take the power away from the hegemonic Fulani western part of the north. He's trying to take it to the minority where Shetima and Nuhu Ribadu comes from. And they are seeing that handwriting on the wall. So the 2027 game is over.
Nuri is Fulani, right? Or is it Kanuri?
Yeah, it's not from the majority part of the north, but it's Fulani. But his own Fulani is not those hegemonic Fulani guys. So it's from the north. It's from the eastern part, the northeast part, which they will never, like Borno State now, where Shetima comes from, Kanuri. It will be very difficult for them to be president, except there's a concession if Tinubu make it happen. That is the only reason. And that's why you see El-Rufai. El-Rufai can see things already. That's why I say all these guys that you see from the north, they are auditioning for 2031. So if they see an accomplice that they can use his money, they can use his tribe, they can use his little popularity to audition for 2031 and say, okay, in 2027, I was on the ballot with Peter Obi. This was my number. So you cannot shut me out to say I'm negotiating for this power from my region in 2031. Because it's going to be a plethora of candidates from the north in 2031. Shetima is a presumptive candidate. Nuhu Ribadu is a presumptive candidate. Ali Pate, who is the current Minister of Finance, current Minister of Health, could be a surprise candidate. And you will still have all this Bala Mohammed, you will still have Kwakwanso, you will still have all these young Fulani guys who will probably come because that will be their time then, 2030. Everybody will come out because they know if you are able to secure the ticket, you are halfway through to Aso Rock. So that is the game. And Tinubu is already ahead of all these games already. And they know, they are politicians now, they know the game already. So Tinubu is not playing these kids' politics. So that is the game. So it's just like on those days when we knew that, look, Adedatua is already the governor. The election was just it was just going to be a formality. Rational mind, don't you know? The guy won 18-0. He won the entire local government. 18-0. If he did not campaign, if Adedatua did not campaign, he would have won 18-0 anyways. So when you see politics at a time, you understand this opposition, they are not ready, they are not coordinated. If they tell Obi now to step down, right? Let's say we are bringing, for instance, let's go and bring let's bring Jonathan. That we know Jonathan, we give Tinubu a very silly headache, right? Because we know that Jonathan will just be done in 4 years, and then the North can take power in 2031. If they tell Obi to step down, Atiku step down, all of you step down for Jonathan, will they step down? No, because they are not futuristic opposition politicians. It's very difficult. You will suffer, you'll be hurt, you'll get bruises for you to be in opposition. Tinubu was in opposition for 16 good years. The last time Tinubu had a political office was in 2007. From that 2007, he was planting his boys. He was planting his boys from south to the west, Edo State to southeast to south, all these Ngige, all of them, Ngige, all of them, he was planting everybody different places. So at least when you get to that level, you would have, even if like 30% of them had wavered, you still have like 70% who will work for you. So it was very tough for him in the north because of the sabotage of APC within APC, but he was able to go through it because of the work he had done. Now Seyi Tinubu is already crisscrossing the north now, working for Tinubu, soft landing. I mean, doing the soft work for him. Where is Obi's son doing that? Where is Atiku's son doing that? The last time Atiku's son came to the southwest, came to protest. Tinubu is in the north, right? Doing the soft work for his father. And this is 2025. So 2026 is around the corner, which should be the semi-final to the 2027 election. And all of them will come tomorrow, they will say they rig election. They better go and be serious if they want to play opposition. So that's it, Joe.
Hold on. You mentioned Buhari. Are you talking about the same president? You said he went to Kaduna to do what? And for whom?
Yeah, Buhari has relocated back.
Sorry. Where's the Rational Mind has left? Oh my goodness. He was supposed to speak. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, are you saying Buhari is working for Tinubu? I don't know the benefit of him going to Kaduna to do what?
Tinubu, I mean, Buhari has relocated to. He used to live in Kaduna State until he became president, and shortly after he left office, he moved to Katsina State to reorganize APC because APC they were having issues. But now that he has finished, but he's back in Kaduna State now, and the statement he made 2 days ago, right, did not sit well with El-Rufai and CPC faction who were supposed to be moving to SDP, and he told them, "You guys can move on. My party is APC. They work for me to be president twice, and I'm a party man. I'll reorganize my party, and we're going to." So the statement did not sit with them. So Buhari is back in Kaduna State to ensure that Kaduna remains APC. Kaduna was not supposed to be lost to opposition the way it was the last time. So he's trying to get everything done, but he's an elder statesman. He needs to be. There's a way he will use his language, but they got the language. Loud and clear. Within 3 hours or 5 hours that El-Rufai made that statement, they came back with a strong disclaimer, and he didn't sit down well with. And then El-Rufai changed his word today that it was actually Bakare that lured him and brought him to politics, not Buhari. So he's changing his mind back and forth now. So at the end of the day, right, we knew that the cabal never wanted Tinubu, but Buhari was encapsulated, he was insulated, and they were doing their own thing. But now he knew the damage that they did. So that's just the thing. The opposition are not serious. Let's forget them. They are not serious to take power, Joe.
So Buhari has a change of mind, or what do we call it? That he wants to really work for Tinubu this time around.
He wants to work for his party, and if you say Tinubu, yes, that's his party man. So
he has to benefit Tinubu at the end of the day. I mean, given what happened in the last election. That's
why those people are mad now.
180-degree turnaround. I don't think I still understand exactly what happened, but
That's why the CPC folks, the Buhari's, quote and unquote Buhari, they told Buhari openly that, okay, we are done with you then. We owed you nothing, you owe us nothing. We've done, I'll send it to one man, let him paste it and you can read it. It was funny. They were so disappointed by that Buhari took it out to them like it was Buhari, as he took the dagger to the middle of their heart.
yeah, that is interesting. So our Prince Adewale, I mean, it was so magnanimous, so um, encouraging, I guess, for El-Rufai going to SDP, which is kind of interesting. I mean, come on, and it's, I mean, if for El-Rufai to go to SDP, obviously it's going to bring his own people. There's no doubt about that, and they're gonna like push out Adewale and whomever he has supporting him in the SDP. That's what's going to happen. I hope he knows that. So, I mean, El-Rufai don't plays. I mean, he plays rough. He's not a tactician. There's no doubt about that. So him running up and down, I truly believe that is probably going to backfire, just like you said. I don't think he has any sway to do anything. I don't think so. But I guess things are still looking good for Tinubu so far. So in your submission, how many parties do you think in the next election are going to be contending? Of course, I'm assuming Labour Party will still be there. Obviously, PDP will be there. If Atiku doesn't run, my suggestion is like Wike is gonna turn PDP into a tool for Tinubu, and El-Rufai with the SDP, LP, APC, and PDP. And who knows what Concourse is doing right now? So, what do you think? How many parties at the end of the day will be contending?
Well, we know PDP is going to have a candidate. So PDP is a juggernaut. They are after APC. I believe they are on the same level as APC when it comes to their structure and what they've been able to do, party wise. So of course PDP is a big factor. Labour Party, they will have a candidate. SGP now joining the elite opposite, they will have the candidate. So we are counting 3 already, and then we know Kwakwanso will have a candidate again.
Enigmatic, do you think Atiku will run in 2027?
Absolutely, 100%.
Same here too. He will run.
Whoever is thinking Atiku will not run, they are just trying to make themselves happy for maybe Obi. Atiku, the only reason why Atiku will not run is if Atiku is not alive. If Atiku is sick, Atiku will run. But if Atiku is not alive, of course, that's the only inevitable reason. I mean, the obvious reason. Let Atiku let him be amputated, right, from head to toe.
You run.
He will run. So, and then when you are using a binocular, right? When you are using a binocular, and then you see the tip of an iceberg, you can imagine the remaining part of the iceberg under the sea. So when you use your binocular, you see the opposition, right? And you see Atiku head in that. Just go back and be drinking your champagne. It's a dead on arrival. Because any opposition that you see Atiku already, you can tell the result already, right? So at the end of the day, all of them will divide themselves again, for for the incumbent party, because Obi is a desperate guy. He wants to ensure that Obi will be on the ballot. So Obi being on the ballot, the entire Southeast is gone.
Oh no! So are you still thinking Obi will be on LP ticket for the next election, or is going to move to a different party?
Well, I don't care where I don't care where Obi is running, right? But I just want Obi. I know Obi will be on the ballot, and I want Obi to be on the ballot. You know what I'm saying, right? But if he runs on the PDP, on the Labour Party ticket with the level of distrust and then the shenanigan and all the treacherous thing they've done between themselves, Obi may be thinking like, oh, that all these guys that they've been, so to speak, that they've been rumored to be Tinubu's plans in Labour Party. Unlike the last time, they will just give him the free ticket so that they will be able to sabotage him easily. You know what I'm saying, right? So he'll be thinking maybe it's better for me to run on a different platform than the platform of these treacherous guys who will just, take me to the slaughterhouse for Tinubu easily. So now, when you do the political mathematics, it's not about speaking out of the vacuum. At PDP will field the candidate inevitably. Labour Party will field the candidate inevitably. SDP now will field the candidate. Kwakwanso will be on the ballot. We are talking of four different.
What is Wike's role in denying Atiku that ticket on the PDP platform?
Wike's role is not even about Atiku's treacherous game against Wike. People do not understand that Wike is not about Atiku alone. The problem Wike had, or probably Wike is trying to make a statement that when all of you go back to history lane now, Prince Daddy, when all of them, Atiku, he left PDP, he came back, he left. Saraki left PDP, he came back, he left, he came back. Dino Melaye, Tambuwa, all of them, they've left at one point and they came back. And Wike was in that political party sitting and standing, financing the party at a point. And all of them will go and they will come back. They will use Wike's structure.
Sorry, enigmatic. Sorry, I want to ask you, who is left among the new PDP that joined forces with APC that time? I think most of them had left the APC now.
In APC now?
The new PDP. Most of the governors that time, I think Amechi.
The only one that is still left is Amechi, and we know Amechi is not there.
Amechi, forget Amechi. Amechi is no longer in APC.
So Amechi did not deliver one. He never delivered one time, anytime.
And what about Dogara? Dogara, where is he?
The CPC, there wasn't any apart from Buhari. The other people were the people that he made ministers when he became the president. But as a CPC, did he even have any governor as at that time when the APC was formed? I doubt if he had any governor.
You mean the Buhari?
I think they have one. So
you mean the Buhari? No, they had a governor then, but but what Buhari did when he came was, the entire Buhari's cabinet, the entire Buhari's cabinet, 60% of them were CPC. Excuse me, they were CPC faction. All this Malami, no. The entire the cabal generally, the entire cabinet were from the CPC stock.
They call them CPC because there is the people that he brought. You understand? But what is their political capital? Are they really politicians that we know before? You understand?
No,
Buhari made them. Buhari made them. It's Buhari that made us to know them. So if people are not saying CPC is going away from BPC, who are the CPC? The followers of Buhari, they are just the common people on the streets that are following him. That are not big politicians.
Let me give you a hint. During the Buhari's time, right? Most of the guys went back to their local government and their states, right, to run for primaries. All of them came almost third. Balami he came fourth in the gubernatorial primaries in Kebbi State. All of them came third, fourth in their states, in their various states, right? In their various states. So technically, the CPC guys, right, they came with Buhari to power, and they shut out everybody, right? So the PDP guys, the Saraki the Saraki angle and the Atiku angle, at a point they couldn't take it. They moved out. At a point, Atiku had to move out. Saraki had to move out with them. Dino Melaye and all of them.
And
right?
Sule Lamido is not even in APC again now.
So Sule, all those guys. So you see that the PDP folks move out earlier enough, right? But the APC guy, I mean the ACN guy, they didn't move. The Tinubu's guy, they left. They okay, all of you go they knock our head. You go they use or you go they rob us for mud, but we go stay here. They take them because those people they had a long game plan to succeed Buhari eventually, right? So, but at that point, when those people were playing the long shot, at the PDP guys, they were impatient. They wanted they wanted the quick gratification of power, and they went back to PDP. So that is where Wike started having issues. That you guys will move out of PDP. I will continue oiling this party. I will continue doing everything, and all of you will come back again. You just snatch ticket. You will come back again, snatch ticket. So eventually, in 2023, Wike saw that it was a prime time for him to. He was living as a governor. Very easy for him to ascend, to move up, and very easy. Okay, we are doing south. I mean, the presidency should come to the south. If he comes to the south, right, I will muzzle it with my southern brothers in PDP. And he knew, and he was very sure that he was going to get a ticket because he was going to beat Obi like a puppy. He was going to beat any candidate from the south. But Atiku came with his game plan with Tambuwa. They tanked him. They tanked his game that minute. And they said,
Enigmatic. Even if we start analyzing the governors now that we have, let's take Kwara for example. Kwara is not, in fact, the guy was not actually a politician.
He was
before,
a technocrat now. It was in the private sector.
So
yeah.
It's not. So it's not a CPC. It's not a new PDP. So the guy is just on his own. The guy in Niger State now.
Bago.
It's not.
But what you don't understand, right? This the guy that you are, the Kwara guy now, he was a technocrat in the private sector. It was I think it was from the CPC stock, but he has been an Ashwaju guy long time ago, right?
What do you mean by CPC? It wasn't.
Sorry. I was talking about the other guy that gave Saraki problem the other time. Yeah. So we're talking about PDP now, but because people want to blame Wike. If you are Wike,
and imagine the reason why I'm asking you all these questions. Some people are making themselves happy. Oh, the PDP guys in APC, they will pull away. The CPC guys in APC, they will pull away. Who are they?
I don't even want to have that conversation.
They are no longer there for a long time. Saraki left immediately after 2019 when they removed him from the house.
They say that usually.
Dino Maraye had left since
now. No, usually Simba, you know what happens that they use that narrative. Usually when you want to really explain the real politics to them, because the real politics is still that there is an incumbent party and an incumbent president. On the flip side, right, where is the presumptive opposition? That is the question. Where is the presumptive opposition that can kick Tinubu out? Kick Tinubu out. Give me the plan that you used to kick him out. PDP, right? We have Wike's faction. We have Atiku's faction. We have Bala Mohammed's faction, the Governors Forum faction, right? In Labour Party, Peter Obi is not anywhere there, clear to there. SDP is springing up. So SDP is going to bring the new special purpose vehicle for those coming from PDP, coming from Labour Party, and then Kwakwanso is still there. That is going to be, his own presumptive candidate. Omoyele Sowore is still there. So at the end of the day, we are having another 5 different opposition parties. Okay, now let's assume that all the opposition parties, at the end of the day, they were able to see themselves together. They were able to get their acts together
and they say all of us, 5 of us, 5 these political parties.
No, it cannot consider. It cannot even consider Owori as opposition party now.
That it would be disrespectful to say it's not. Even if it is 1 vote, he has his party. So I'm trying to factor everything so that they will not say we are not in political analysis, right? You have to take a mid-section approach. We already established the fact that there's an incumbent party and an incumbent candidate from APC. Now the opposition parties now. Tell me which one of them will step down for another one. Reminding ourselves that a certain Atiku Abubakar is statute barred, right? Cannot be VP again. So put that on the first list of order of event. Atiku will be on the ballot as a presidential candidate. Tick. Check that one out. Where is Obi going to feature at? Who is going to? So is Obi going to feature under PDP, APC, CPC? I mean SDP, Labour Party, and there's one other factor too. Kwakwanso,
but anybody, the obedience are ready to play a second fiddle. They're more than happy to be a VP on that Atiku or whomever.
That is good. If they're able to do Atiku's game and be the VP under Atiku is already contained. So now let's assume Obi and Atiku are on the same ballot. Okay? Atiku be the president, Peter Obi being the VP, right? So under what party are they coming from? Let's assume they are coming under SDP. So SDP is checked. They have a candidate, Atiku and Obi. Kwakwanso is checked. They have a candidate in Kwakwanso in NNPP. Question mark, big one, under PDP. PDP must and PDP shall feature a candidate because PDP is a political party that is big as APC. So and they are legacy party in Nigeria. So PDP will feature a candidate, and then Labour Party will feature a candidate. So now those are another four different candidates. And when you look at all these 4 candidates now, on the paper, the most formidable will be Atiku again, right? So play the game out now. You have 4 political parties. Atiku under SDP. PDP, we don't know who is going to be their candidate. Labour Party will feature a candidate. Kwakwanso will be on the ballot. And APC is united. Because they want to say...
Atiku on the SDP, then what happens to El-Rufai?
El-Rufai will play along. El-Rufai will focus.
El-Rufai can actually support that now.
No, El-Rufai does not.
He's not ready for now.
El-Rufai does not have a presidential candidate. I mean, presidential ambition now. His ambition is 2031. So El-Rufai will be malleable to play.
He can even take a ministerial role if they succeeded.
Okay. El-Rufai under this arrangement in CPC, El-Rufai will play a malleable role for Peter Obi and Atiku to be on the ballot, while El-Rufai will be the Maradona, who is going to be the troubleshooter for them. So, but that is only in a one political party now. But you see have 3 other political parties.
One second, maybe you guys can help me real quickly. So I think El-Rufai going to SDP was really to be, not because he's trying to take over the party for his own presidential ambition, but rather for what? I'm trying to see, for 2031, that's his goal. And if so, why was he so in a hurry to go to SDP and at this point in time? I mean,
all doors are closed against El-Rufai. Doors are closed at the national level. Doors are closed at the local level. The governor is closing in on him. In APC national, the door is completely shut.
Let me even answer Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, if he did not start now and actually unseat Tinubu in 2027, that means even his own 2031 will not be real. He won't be able to yes. You understand it now? So the best time for him to do that is what he's doing now.
And Atiku cannot, if Atiku make an exit to SDP, that's a political suicide. But Atiku will be on the ballot as top of the ticket. Obi will be number 2, while Atiku is committing a political suicide. Okay, because Obi.
That means what you are talking about is not a coalition of parties; it's a coalition of individuals.
But that is the point. I'm talking about how, okay, if they want, like I said, I made an example of how APC came to power. Coalition of individuals, coalition of parties who collapsed their entire structure, and they made it APC. Now these people, they can collapse PDP. I mean PDP under PDP, LP, NMPP. What's Omoyelishi parties? AAC. Like 4 different parties collapse it under SDP, and they will have a just only one party that which will be the face of opposition.
But that is not visible for now, and that's not what is at play. What we are experiencing is not a collapse of individual that we are talking
why
about.
is it not feasible right now? So why can't they consolidate now?
Because they're all greedy.
Okay, let me tell you. Do you watch the interview granted by Chumi and Adewole?
A part of it when one man showed it, yeah.
You understand? There's people in PDP that are not even interested in their margin or whatever. So whatever they do, they can't collapse because that party does not even belong to Atiku. If you know, Atiku cannot collapse PDP for anything.
But Simba, we are saying.
Do you agree with me, please, Daddy?
Simba, you are not getting the point. For the purpose of because people want to listen. You know, while we are having this conversation, I wish people want to listen to themselves. But for you to listen to yourself, we are not running a 2-party system like Republican and Democrats. Okay, we have Atiku, who will not step down his ambition. We have Obi, who is possibly will be willing to step down his ambition.
But in this equation, enigmatic and Simba, don't they have to have a current governor, the money back from an important state that's going to spend their money?
We are not talking about the money back yet.
Who is that? Who would that be?
We are not talking about the money back yet.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I mean, amongst all of us, got money.
I was going there.
The only money back that can come is either from Lagos or from the Niger Delta state.
We come from the Niger Delta. No, even not Lagos. Not Lagos. Forget Lagos, Simba. The money back that will come.
No. I'm just telling him now. So is he governor from one poor northern state?
What they were doing? If
whose budget is less than maybe 150 billion naira in a year?
If they are able
that we now say we want to sponsor a party.
Yeah, if they're able to convince Joye Diri, the current governor of Bayelsa, who will be, I think he will be finishing his term as second term, right? No, am I wrong or right? I don't know. If they're
you mean the Bayelsa guy?
Yeah, if they're able to convince one of the Niger Delta governors who will bring out the funds, but the Niger Delta governors,
the only two available is Bayelsa and Delta.
But they are Niger Delta. They are not ready to bring out dime now. They are projecting for 2031 VP. And they want to consolidate in 2027 to project that 2031 VP. So Obi will have to bring out the cash if Obi is going to be the VP to Atiku. And Obi is stingy. Obi will not spend his money. So Obi will not be ready to spend almost 100 billion naira now for an election, over 100 billion for an election. Where they will
in dollars, I mean.
No, no. I mean, what am I?
No, I'm saying in dollar terms, we're talking about what, $500 million?
No, that would be. What am I even saying? 100 billion? At least Obi will not be ready to bring out like almost 250 or 300 billion now, as it is.
That's a lot of money.
Don't you know how much this guy coughed out the last time?
Okowa
almost bled the entire Delta state.
Really?
Over $1 billion.
Do you know how much the money that he got
over
from
$1 billion?
Yes.
The money, yes, now.
Wow.
The money
Wow.
Buhari paid them was almost, I think, data say got about 300 billion naira
that
that
derivation fund, the derivation fund of 350
and he
billion,
spent
he put it
everything on
into that.
election.
He took loans. You know,
Yes.
he took loans twice during the election. He took the first loan of 250 billion, another loan of 450 billion. He was just taking money. So
in fact, it was a bad business for that guy. Believe me.
so the only person who was spending the money before was supposed to be Wike, but Wike is out of the picture completely. So the opposition now, they do not even have the money. Who is the money bag? Who will risk his funds
And the
on uncoordinated
Fubara now,
opposition?
his wing has been cut.
Fubara cannot even access IGR.
That's how I was postulating. That's how I was postulating that Wike would have Tinubu's money to operate on the what you call it, PDP platform.
No,
to make it a
Wike
tool
does
for
not need,
APC.
Let me tell you, Wike can even float. If
money.
Atiku leaves PDP,
Really?
Wike
does not need
can
Tinubu's money.
float, can get another presidential candidate.
The money in the sense that it obviously is going to be doing it for Tinubu, right? So it's going to use Tinubu's money to lock down PDP for Tinubu, right? To make sure there's no viable candidate or they're not going anywhere, just essentially to circumvent their plan. And so we wouldn't want to use his own money. So Tinubu has to cough out the money for him to do that, and that's what I meant.
Yeah, this election, right? Now we are talking the money part now. We've gone past because what people do not understand, we do have a coordinated opposition. The opposition must be coordinated first. It took APC to get their heart together. They even came to the US to hire David Asseroid and some other guys to work with them, right? These people are not even there yet. Obi, it was 2 days ago with Bala Mohammed, a faction of PDP. We know
and you remember at that time, Amechi was still the governor of Rivers State, was spending Rivers State money.
The first day,
Saraki was still. Yeah, Saraki was still I think Saraki.
Simba, you don't forget me. The day Amechi moved to APC, he came with 70 billion naira cash. You don't forget, 70 billion cash. How many tell me is El-Rufai going to? So the money part, and Tinubu is a that one without even being in government. He ran his own election, even when they stifled funds. He pushed out. So how the money part? How do they want to do it? Who is going to bring out the cash for unserious opposition to say they want to chase out an incumbent? They were able to chase out Jonathan, regardless of the fact that Nigeria was booming then, right? Nigeria was booming, and they released $2 billion, the one that Dasuki and the likes of Aluko carted away. And this woman, this NMP, this petroleum, Desiana Adeke or whatever her name was, regardless of that fund, right? APC, they were able to defeat them because they had a long time plan, and they were not greedy enough not to understand that they were supposed to collapse their structure and they suspend, their ambition for only one man. So tell me, all these people now, are they going to do this type of thing? So it's a common sense game now. 2027 is here already. By Q2 now, by quarter two, they must be thinking who is going to be the presumptive candidate of this party or whatever in the opposition camp. Shiwore is not ready to work with Obi. Obi is not ready to work with
enigmatic. Even if you that kind of merger that we have in 2013, I don't think it can happen again.
We are still talking of coalition. They are not getting themselves right. We are talking of merger. Merger is the highest level of coalition, because all of you must first of all accept to work for a presumptive candidate, and then all of you must accept to collapse all your structures and your political party.
And I think that one has been determined even before the merge that time.
Before you get to the documentation table, you must have agreed to that
Buhari
part.
has emerged as their candidate ever before the discussion, sir.
And then when you look at the dynamics, right? They were coming. Okay, Obi was supposed to be moving with his own Labour Party, right? He does not have that now.
Obi doesn't own Labour Party, so he can't move with Labour Party now.
No, he was, if he had played the game well, right? Obi will be moving with Labour Party now. You know what I'm saying, right? If he had played the game well, Obi will be moving with Labour Party. Just like Kwakwanso, if he's
so you mean that Obi can move and then demise the Labour Party?
It's not demise the Labour Party, and that is part of the. It's not like it's just like a merger and acquisition.
Because that was what happened in 2013. That all the parties that emerged, they are dead.
But they played the politics to that part. You cannot say they died. They played the politics to that part where you guys have to devolve. You know what I'm saying, right? ACN was Afeniferi's and Tinubu's group. CPC was Buhari's group.
Buhari, yes.
ANPP was what's his name? Is it Ogbonaya Onu, right? Group.
Ogbonoya, yes, Ogbonoya.
And then Okorosha was ABGA, right? And then there was one other group. Then the Articles group from PDP. You see that Articles group did not collapse.
Just the warring faction there.
Yeah, they did not collapse PDP because they do not have that power to collapse.
They don't own
PDP.
it. They don't own it. They don't even own it.
They don't. Yes. So they were able to merge their own group, right, out of PDP.
No, so but most of all the people that we are talking about now, they don't own a party. That's what I'm saying.
Who?
None of them.
Whoever,
except
but that is what people are not getting now. Except Kwakwanso, who owns the party. And Kwakwanso is not ready to move with them. So that is what people are not getting because they keep saying coalition. Coalition is different from merger. The only person.
So we can. So at least we can guarantee at least 3 main opposition or parties in this next election. Why? Because just like you said, SDP has structure, the second, strongest party in Nigeria. So they're gonna exist no matter what. So APC,
SDP or PDP,
and PDP is about PDP and APC. Those two. Yeah. Those two
for sure, and there has to be a third party, and perhaps what do you call it, SDP, right, or maybe Labor. So at the end of the day, and if 3 parties emerge, just like it worked out for Shiwaji the first time around, it's going to happen again. This second time around, it's going to be this time around much easier because it's going to be incumbent and it's got a lot of resources. So it's looking so far that it's looking good for Tinubu. My only concern was if they are able to consolidate and have only one party against Tinubu, that's when the challenge will be more formidable. But if that's not the case, then long shot.
It's going to be difficult. Enigmatic. Al-Mustafa also moved to SDP. So yes, that one, Al-Mustafa, El-Rufai, and Bala Muhammad is not going to move to SDP. He's going to fight it out in PDP.
Never.
With Atiku. Even Atiku is not guaranteed we get that ticket. At the end of the day, if PDP does not play their game very well, go and write it down. They might not have a candidate. Because there'll be a lot of lawsuits. A lot of suits.
PDP is going to feed a candidate. And I think Atiku knows that moving out of PDP is going to be a suicide for him. Because PDP, take it or leave it, no matter what the problem or the skirmishes going on in PDP, they have the structure. They just have to get it right.
So are you saying that Bala Muhammad is playing the script of Atiku by luring Obi to PDP?
Okay. Bala Muhammad, right? He's the Governors Forum chairman under PDP.
Yes.
But the Governors Forum in PDP, they have their internal rankings. They are divided. Fintiri now, Fintiri, who is in PDP, and is Atiku's Adamawa's governor, is not in the same camp as Atiku. He's not
Yes.
in the same camp as Bala Mohammed. So Fintiri tilted almost is 50-50 between Wike's faction and just a man of himself. Governor,
I think Atiku should just go out.
the Akwa Ibom State governor, who is a PDP man. In fact, almost the PDP guys in the South, they are ambivalent PDP guys now. The governor of Delta State is 50-50. Akwa Ibom State governor, right? They don't even send. So they don't send Atiku. So the only game plan for Atiku now is to. Atiku has almost the same problem with Obi. The only difference between Atiku and Obi is that Atiku is still. You can still point to the fact that yes, Atiku is in PDP, but you cannot point to the fact that Obi is in Labour Party, right? But he knows that he's not in Labour Party because the guy don't shit for shit. He don't shit for church.
So in our permutation now, the best bet for Obi is just to be a VP candidate.
Absolutely, to Atiku.
Oh my God! No, you shouldn't do that.
But it must be to Atiku.
That guy can also be VP to fire anybody.
Who?
He does not care. Obi, don't be surprised. It can even be VP to Rufai, to even Bala Muhammad or anybody. It can be
with the level of Obi's desperation. It can even be it can be VP to Mustafa. If the ticket is sure.
Yes, it can be.
If they are able to be on the ballot, Obi can be.
And Mustafa is not in SDP now.
Yes, but the obedience will whine and cry, and they will pretend as if, but they will say, if we are close to Aso Rock now, and he will hand over to Obi. That will be their consolation at the end of the day.
You know what? You know what? All the permutation does not favor Obi and Atiku. First, if Atiku is telling them, but if Atiku is telling them, I will only spend 4 years, that is a blatant lie.
Now, why for you?
Nobody's going to accept it. And if they are telling Obi that, look, after the northern 4 years, they are going to give it to you, that's just a lie. Okay? They are just pulling the leg.
It cannot be now. How can somebody believe something?
That is what they are selling them. If they believe that,
does he have? Is it the one that has the key to the Aso Rock?
Let me tell you, the only person who has the key to Aso Rock.
He's not running by 20.
The candidate that has the key to Aso Rock.
You can't say that.
The candidate,
the whole thing is not clear yet. The thing is still not clear yet. But whatever they're doing now is just a child's play. To me, I think, as you said, Remy, the best bet for Obi is to move back to PDP and be a vice presidential candidate to Atiku. With that, they will still be able to pull up.
But don't forget the weakest angle within that PDP too. So there's no way Obi will go. Obi will go to Labour Party. There will be a certain level of sabotage. If he stays in PDP, there will be a certain level of sabotage.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can hear you.
Okay. Now, why is everybody silent?
Can you hear me now, Simba? Simba, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Quiet.
Okay. Like I said, the only candidate that even when they allow that, I mean, they probably queue after that candidate, and the candidate is on the ballot. Even Tinubu self in leg will shake small. Now, Jonathan, if the way, even you may be surprised that one certain billionaire from the north will just bring out the cash to say this guy, because at that point it's feasible for them to say, okay, let's put all our energy behind it, Jonathan, push Tinubu out, it will be done 4 years, and then we'll take power from him in 2031, which is normally calculated naturally already. But that is the only only hypothetical.
Do you think that one can happen in PDP? Capital no.
Jonathan and the MVP will be who?
So
at that point, of course, you have to take the VP from the north. So the person who will be the VP.
No, let me tell you this. Okay, so if Jonathan is PDP some maybe one governor or somebody from the north probably being the vice, but Obi will still contest.
But that's it. We know what we are doing, Simba. What I'm trying to play the devil to create all the scenarios. You know what I'm saying, right?
And so if Obi contested, you look at it that at least the southeast, though the so-called or every other thing, it will be so. In fact, this time around, it might not even get half of what you got in 2023.
From where? No, I don't know. As for now, you know what I'm trying to do. For now, I don't even want to go into the figures. I don't want to say this is who is going to get who, or this is who is going to get what. Right? Except Tinubu now that we can conveniently land on the ballot on the platform. I'm trying to create every wiggle room.
The only
To land
problem,
all of this, but people are not trying to talk to the how we are
enigmatic,
landing them.
whatever we have been, all those permutation and combination that we have been doing. For now, the only opposition I see to Tinubu is Nigerian people. That's all, not the politician.
Exactly. You just say it. Now they will have to find a way. Those Nigerian people, we are hungry, we are tired, we are this nonsense here and there. They will have to find a way to communicate with all the opposition platforms now to say, all of you merge yourself or collapse yourself to just only under one ticket, and let's kick this whatever they want to call him out.
Enigmatic. If you look at it very well, all the who's and who's in Nigeria, they already moved to APC because that party is not crumbling now, and there's no way, and they are not ready to rock the boat now. When all of them are gearing toward 2031, when the South will finish their 8 years, they know very well that there is no way the power can go back to the North now, unless you don't want that country to burn. It's going to be very difficult.
Remy, what you are thinking, the way you guys are thinking is still far-fetched, and I'm not trying to be clairvoyant in any way. What I'm trying to do, the conversation, if you look at the tone of my conversation all through, I'm trying to create a platform because we know opposition already. We know there's APC and there's a political candidate already on the part of the opposition, because the way people are speaking is that when you speak this way, they will say you are playing. When you speak this way, they will say you are making analysis on a vacuum. But when you bring out all the indices, land all these candidates. Okay, all these candidates, land them on the platform. Let's see, land them on the platform or collapse them on the platform. Do the math. Let's see how you collapse them. They will be going back to the figure. No, don't talk about the figure yet. Before you talk about a figure, land them on the platform yet. You know what I'm saying, right? So don't talk about the aesthetics of what Canada looks like or America look like. Find a way to land yourself in the plane first. How would you find yourself to land in a plane that will take you to America or Canada? You must get a visa, right? You understand what I'm saying, right, Remy? But people do not want to have that conversation because we have opposition now in almost 1.5 years to a general election. General election. They are still clutching to the nose of hypothesis. They are not trying to work together.
Remy, off your mic now.
So that's my own argument. And yes, I think 2 days ago, I threw the poster to Jewel. Jewel diverted. It was chasing a rabbit hole.
No, you should know that Joel is not. Joel does not know much about Nigeria. The only thing he knows is about Toby. He doesn't know much about Nigerian politics.
He doesn't even know the Obi self. You mean now? Don't be waiting there right for this thing. He doesn't even know the Obi. The only person that I think that I've met so far on this platform, particularly from the southeast, that knows politics a little bit and is
But
that guy that lives in
Enigmatic,
Abuja.
I want to ask you a question. As a politician, and you have contested for the highest position in the land, is it advisable for you to step down so low again because of desperation? Is it not honorable for you to continue to contest for that position and maybe you will get it one way or the other, maybe in the nearest future. So to me, I'm thinking
Remy
Obi should
Bagwe, are
not
you kidding yourself?
step down to be
I mean,
anybody's
for you.
candidate.
Can't you see Obi is very
Bagwe.
desperate?
So I don't know why such. It's not because
The
it's like
reason
if I'm his supporter, I will look at it this way. You've contested for the president and you get this large chunk of vote.
Go ahead.
But he mismanaged the vote now. He mismanaged the political parties.
God.
The political
Why
parties.
should I not go? If I'm supporting him, now see him stepping so low to who?
To Atiku. Atiku is his bro. Is his boss.
No. Atiku and him is nearly the same vote now.
Obi does not even know what he wanted now.
Can't you see Obi is confused now?
If you look at Obi's followers, when they had that momentum the last election, okay, that was fine. But now it has become a politics of hatred, really. They're more than happy to listen to Joel and other people. They're more than happy to align with whomever from the north, or just to push out APC or Tinubu specifically. That's what they're concerned about. So they're playing the politics of they're not being strategic, really. They're playing the politics of hatred. We don't like APC or Tinubu. Therefore, we're going to align with whomever, be the El-Rufai that's abused us forever.
They can even align
they
with
don't
the
care.
devil.
Huh?
I said they can align with the devil.
Go and bring
absolutely. They would align with the devil to get rid of Tinubu.
Go and bring Sergeant Rogers. They will align with Sergeant Rogers to just and that doesn't make anything, because at the end of the day, we all know. Are you guys naive? We all know that Southeast will never vote for any Yoruba candidate. Southeast will never vote for APC candidate, because the very moment they were trying to bring APC to the Southeast, it was tagged Fulani Party, it was tagged Yoruba Party, it was tagged Amajiri Party, and that was the very first. That was how they killed APC in Southeast. Up to now, go and look at Obi's second time election between him and Ngige. Right, in Ayamelum, there was this large this thing that they wrote it there. There was Ngige's picture one side, there was Buhari's picture one side, there was the Tinubu's party picture one side. They were saying this is going to be a political party that will Islamize Nigeria and Islamize Southeast, and they are going to turn them to slaves. That was the campaign that Obi ran in the second term with Ngige. So they killed APC from day one. As APC was being, they were trying to introduce APC, as Okorosha, all of them were trying to introduce APC to Southeast. And that's why today, when you ask them, what did APC particularly did to hurt you guys, or Tinubu did to hurt you guys in Southeast, they can't say it. But they slaved for the same PDP for 16 years. And they carry Pankere and they chase Obi out of the same PDP last time. They whip his ass. They couldn't even devolve the ticket to them. The ticket was supposed to go to them. They chased them out, but it is APC that is their problem. That never had anything to do with them. The only time that APC has had power in PDP was when the one they call Uzo, it was Okorosha, right? Okorosha came to power, and then Uzo Dima, and of course before Umai defected. So they've had 16 years of uninterrupted PDP in Southeast, and Abgal, of course, in Abgal at the local level. But when APC was coming to Southeast, they shut it down with Islamophobia, with Fulani slave thing and everything, and that was why they christened Okorosha. Up to today, they called him Okoro Hausa, right? And they called Ngige. Fulani slave when he was campaigning for a second term. So that has been that and up to now, it's not that Tinubu will get anything meaningful now in 2027 in Southeast. Southeast will vote for a candidate from the north in the 2027. They will not vote for Tinubu. They will not vote for APC. It is a default setting already, and that's why you see they will not. That's why you see that they will rather work better with the South because South understand the power dynamics. That they understand the power dynamic. That's why they snatched the Senate presidency from them. That's why they have better portfolio in the cabinet. Go and look at South. Go and look at the South coordinator for what's this lady's name? John Boo, something John Boo. She coordinates the entire militant guys. So you must play the power dynamics policy. They are not playing it. Obi will come again in 2027. Obi will divert their attention again. We distract all of them. The Senate presidency was the one that was the most surprising to me. They couldn't get it. South snatched that thing from their jaws. They lost it because of silly politics. And they're still continuing. And they will deliver Southeast again to another opposition. And then they will say Tinubu did not give them Minister of Petroleum for where? Now, so it happen. Or did not give them Minister of Finance. They could collect to Minister of Women Affairs. They could not go sit down. So the politics is already South is getting ready to retain their Senate presidency. Of course, Akpabio will not be they will not give Akpabio the Senate presidency again. Oshomole will win his second term as senator, and Oshomole will probably be the next Senate president from 2027, and the South will be the VP in 2031. So South should be getting ready to negotiate Senate presidency. That's all they can get in 2031 or 2031. 2027 is gone already. Obi are taking them to where they don't know.
So Tinubu's northern votes, you think what percentage is going to shift from the northwest to northeast?
Northwest will deal with Tinubu. Those Fulani guys that Tinubu, those people, they love power so much. So Tinubu will suffer a lot of bruises in the northwest.
But there's still a lot of big players from APC in that northwest too. It will still get all the 25 or a lot of votes there. It might
No, I'm trying to
go.
No, it's good to go. Look, let me tell you one thing. Tinubu is in a better space than the last election. No matter the bruise he suffers in the northwest, it won't be as brutal as last time. If he's able to maintain his second, right, high second, no, like what the way he did it the last time, where instead of you make a good second from the northwest, in the northeast, go and fight the battle of Shetima, Angu, Pate, the minister of and all those guys. So northeast is going to fare better than northwest for Tinubu, right? Focus on
even in northwest you are talking about. The major chunk of the vote is from the KK state. And Kano, even this time around, if they play it very well, Kwakwanso might even collapse his structure and give it to Tinubu.
The 2027 game, because Barao Jibrin is probably going to be running to be governor in Kano State, the current deputy Senate president, DSP. So
yes,
if they see the game plan that this game is tough, they will prevail.
And you know what? I think the NNPP governor in Kano State is also not having it rosy with Kwakwanso.
No, forget that. At the end of the day, because either you like it or no, rosy or no rosy, is Kwakwanso's in-law, right? Yeah, it's Kwakwanso's in-law now. So DSP, they will prevail on DSP. They will sacrifice the DSP gubernatorial ambition for Kano State, and they will take what they will share the remaining stuff, and they will give DSP top level ministerial appointment in the cabinet, and then he will get ready to be governor after the 8 years of.
So what do you think? Do you think Buhari play El-Rufai?
El-Rufai, I think he he was calculating that he would
Because
jump and a lot of
immediately
people will move
Buhari
with
came
him.
out and said he's still in APC, that finally put a nail on the
You saw that
fire.
thing. You saw that thing, right? The way
Yes.
they went after Buhari. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to even discuss the figures yet. I want to discuss what are the opposition, how would they land themselves, where and where.
Forget it. All of them is going to put themselves in one political party. At the end of the day, we might even have 6 opposition. Go and write it down. Because nobody is going to step down. Don't be surprised. Rufai might also, but maybe Rufai will contest under
Will be
SDP
stupid.
and Adewole will be the VP.
Rufai will be stupid to try to put himself on the ballot now.
I might, if Adewole agree to be VP or that Yoruba guy.
So it means Atiku will not move to SDP then.
Of course, they won't move to that. It will get a faction of PDP or they fight themselves out because SDP does not have any structure all over the federation now.
Well,
So
but PDP does,
we
and
have
that's
to
why.
stay.
That's why PDP. I mean, that's why the possibility of Atiku moving to PDP is not sacrosanct, because Atiku would rather fight it out, knuckle out.
Okay, you mean SDP?
Yeah, in PDP, Atiku would rather fight it out and wrestle down Wike, and find a way around find a way around Bala Mohammed and secure PDP's ticket because of the structure.
Because it's if it's Bala Mohammed might probably step down for Atiku. So don't count that Bala Mohammed at all.
They will prevail on.
To win an election in that country, you definitely need a structure. Structure is number one. Actually, I think we said it the other day on one man show, one of the guests. You need a structure.
Yeah, but they don't
it
believe.
Takes a lot to have a.
Obi was just lucky because he played the ethnic card and religious card very well. Those votes that he won in Nasarawa Plateau are religious votes. Nothing more than that.
They are telling you they will get all those votes back for
where? For where?
So those votes they bypass the structure.
Of course, now. No, those votes were protest.
And if you look at Benue now, Benue is locked for APC.
The Christian North, The Christian North is they are fast aligning, and Tinubu is doing so. That like I said, I don't even want to even talk about those figures yet. It is when we know that these people are serious to take power, then we'll start talking about what can we expect from what region, what can happen in this state, what will happen in this state, what will happen in this state, right? Because as it is, as for me, the only opposition party that we still have, I don't care how people want to ridicule PDP, it is still PDP. It is still PDP that has the footprint, right, in all wards and local government of the federation, and they will have people on the ground, foot soldiers for them. It is just only, and then
that means if somebody